Make sure the mic is good. Alright. Good day, Commanders. How's it going? Alright, Uma Musume? I heard of it. It's extremely popular, actually. Never tried it before. Not really my thing. Pretty good? Yeah. I'm doing pretty good myself as well. Feels like I didn't really get anything done today. I slept through most of it. I ate some bad food. Or food that wasn't good for you. And, you know, sometimes when you eat bad food, it just takes the wind out of your sails. How's the health? It's a lot better. I'm pretty sure it's reflective on my voice, but for the most part, I'm good. I still have a bit of a cough, but I'm not congested anymore. At least not much, anyways. But so far, I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. Yeah, I wasn't seafood, no. It was actually enchiladas. It tasted good, but it's not good for you. And, you know, if you eat too much, you just kind of just lose. Your body just doesn't want to do anything. I saw the episode 2 of Why I Love Nikkei. Yeah. Still do, by the way. Surprisingly, I didn't get much pushback from that. There has been like some comments that disagree with some minor stuff. And I think I only seen like one comment that like really disagreed with me. But none of them are really particularly hostile. So that was kind of surprising. Though I did notice the reach of the video didn't really get far. Probably because, you know, I'm a Ghost Frontline channel. So, you know, algorithm. Probably had to like throw it over to some Nikkei content creator and have them react to it, and then it'll start spreading out. But you know, I'd rather just like if it's dead, if the video is dead, then it's dead. I don't want to try to force it. Hey, maybe eventually it'll be naturally found and it'll blow up like months down the line when I forget about it. Yeah, the enchiladas are they screwed me over. Like basically all day. Like I had a full plan today of just getting a lot of work done for the actual next video. Because if you guys don't know, the videos I'm doing daily, they're unscripted, and they're just me basically yapping. But I actually really enjoyed that format. I enjoyed it a lot actually. Oh, they're just normal cheese enchiladas. So when I'm done with those, I try to work on more scripted stuff and put more work into it. And that was a plan for today. But since those enchiladas happened, I was just knocked out for like over half the day. I was like, I didn't get anything done today. Me, all the good in Nikkei outweighs the bad by a lot for what it is. It's the category of only AK Journey and Memento Mori. So I never tried those before. So I'll take your word for it, but I also agree that, yeah, for Nikkei, for me, the pros outweigh the cons by a good margin. But yeah. Let's see how things are going. I probably need to post this on Discord. I have heard that people don't really get recommended my stuff for whatever reason. Mexican food debuff. Honestly, yeah. There's something about Mexican food that just destroys me, or destroys people in general. Like I had to eat like stuff that tastes good, but is also healthy for you, like salmon. Or grilled chicken or something like that. That's actually tastes good, but also still good for you, and it won't destroy your body. Yeah, it wasn't Taco Bell. Air fried chicken. I think I had that before, but it's like really rare for me to get those. Usually that's what my parents make. So when I go over, sometimes I have that, but typically they stick with like grilled chicken or fried if they're really lazy. Here, I have posted it. That's just to make sure people know that I am actually doing the thing. Let me make sure that the other streams are working before I get started.
Don't let him get away with
nothing.
nothing.
Air-fried broccoli?
Don't let him get away.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Actually, never heard of anyone doing that, actually. That sounds good, though. I think air fry stuff in general is, like, underrated, though. For me, though, I'm just actually trying to just get into cooking in general. The problem is that cooking for yourself can get kind of expensive. Well, it's less expensive than just ordering out all the time, but it's still, like, expensive. You know what I mean? Yeah, everything seems to be good. Yep, both are good. And also the YouTube stream is good. Just throwing both these up here just in case something does go wrong. I have immediate access to it. But for now, I think we are good to get going. I hate heat wave. There's going to be a Ghostline 2 live stream on Thursday on the show besides Springfield. Springfield is also going to be the main point of it, but a lot of us are hoping that they will finally announce the ability to trade your what's those little things called? Those Doritos? I forgot the actual name for it because we all just call it Doritos. So in a Chinese version, you can trade in your Doritos for more pulls. they eventually allow that to happen, and that is a huge game changer. So a lot of people, including myself, has been saving up a lot of Doritos for that. So hopefully they will allow that for Springfield's event. That way we can get some extra pulls in for Springfield, because I got a lot to use for Springfield. Mural piece? That's probably what it is. Honestly, I really don't know. I really don't know what they're called. Let me just check. Yeah, redundant piece. That's what they're called. Yeah, I am so ready for Springfield. I can't whale. I don't have the money for it. But I am going to try super hard to at least get her to V1 or V2. Again, Will Samuel, what are you doing? Okay, I think I have waited long enough. We can go ahead and get started. So it's gonna be a full day today. It's probably gonna last a whole 4 hours, as long as my voice doesn't give out, because I'm still recovering from sickness. Still, I'm like 99% good. There's only like that 1% while I still have a cough. So unless the cough conquers me, I'm good. So we should be able to go for the full 4 hours. Or 3.5 at this point. 3.5 hours. So I don't have every single affinity filled out, but sickness must be purged. I know that reference, that's why I'm laughing. But there was one in particular that I just did because I felt it was important, and I thought about it for a while, especially with the video that I've done recently, and that is with Groza. So we're first going to do Groza, and after that I'll jump to a different account and we'll look at Jiai's, because I did get donated to look at Jiai's. We're going to handle that one as well. But first is Groza. I feel Groza is maybe a little bit important. Hey Nacho, how's it going? It's all for Canadian politics. Oh, yeah. I know a decent bit about Canadian politics. Right. Let's get a drink in first. First cock chair. And already getting started. Okay. The time now is 3 a.m. Usually even dolls be asleep at a time like this. Why am I still so awake? I believe the call is insomnia, Commander. An unexpected voice answers my query. Surprised? Perhaps he's become familiar with me after our long years of working together, for Groza has always been able to guess what's on my mind. Quite, I didn't expect there to be a doll staying up this late. So, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're actually drafting up work assignments in the middle of the night like the rumors say. Commander, don't you think about work at a time like this as being terribly insensitive? Groza presses the play button on the gramophone and places his needle on the record. An old tune fills the air. After that, she walks behind another table and takes out a clean glass before pouring me some wine. We're not at work now, so talking about work is forbidden. I take a sip of the red wine she hands me. Its rich bouquet spreads through my mouth in an instant. That, combined with the waltz from the record player, makes me feel like I've been transported to a grand ballroom. I find it hard to draw a connection between the charming mood in the air and Groza, whom I've seen in daily life, but we spend so long together that I can't help but feel familiar with the closeness with her. That look on your face just now was quite impolite, Commander. I'm sorry, I haven't seen you outside of a work setting for quite some time. It takes a little getting used to. I almost forgot you've always been active at night. Oh? Then perhaps you should take your time and get more used to me. I'll be here as well tomorrow night. I'll pass. I don't want to miss out on sleep every night. Upon hearing my words, Groza raises her glass and lightly clinks it against mine before downing the dark red liquid within it in one gulp. Our date tonight hardly looks to be an everyday thing, so let's make the most of it, shall we? If you don't mind, of course. After all, I'm definitely not going to be able to sleep for a while. Given the mood now, it would be best if you stayed here, Commander. Groza smiles elegantly, and as the music reaches its climax, she holds her hand out to me. We have a long night ahead of us, Commander. Shall we dance? In comparison to a doll like Groza, who is used to taking her leisure at night, the fatigue from my insomnia means that I have trouble indulging myself like she can, even with the atmosphere in the room helping things along. I think I'll pass. It's been too long since I last did this. Besides, I'm sure you wouldn't want me to step all over your feet. She gracefully withdraws her inviting hand. I understand, but merely drinking seems to be a little too monotonous. Let me see. How about some foie gras? You don't need to go to all the trouble for that for me. But it's not just for you, Commander. Think of it as helping to taste test a new dish for me, Come to think of it, I don't really seem to recall you ever asking what I did during all night. I don't seem to recall you ever asking what I did during my all-nighters. The piping hot bread fills the room with a fragrant smell, and the foie gras spreads only whets my appetite further. Thanks to the food, I find myself downing more and more wine. Sorry, I really thought you were working during this time. Is this the impression I give you, Commander? Actually, it isn't just me. I think all the dolls only Emma think that about you. Still, it's not a bad thing being the reliable leader, right, Groza? It seems you kind of misunderstand me because I spent all day by your side, Commander. That said, I've noticed that you seem different from before, ever since that day we've met each other again. As I empty my glass once again, I finally began to feel the effects of the wine kicking in, so as Groza raises the wine bottle, I reflexively pull the glass back a little. But aren't you the one who's changed the most, Commander? Well, I can't keep living in the past after all. That said, you seem a little more like your past self tonight, Groza. I don't know if it's because I'm finally getting sleepy or because I drank too much, but my vision is blurring up. This is bad. Is that so? Even I don't remember much about my past now. As you know, that unknown failure and that uneasiness I feel from the missing portions of my neural cloud have changed me, Commander. But more importantly... Saying so, Groza stops and suddenly looks at me in the eye. Except, there are 3 Grozas before me now. I'm sorry, I think it's time for me to get some rest. Are you drunk, Commander? Come now, don't be shy. I'll walk you back to your room. There's a hint of resignation in her voice as she approaches me. Before I can answer, I feel a warm shoulder hoisting up my arm. After that, a whiff of warm fragrance hits me and I feel my body relax further. Good night, Commander. Groza only leaves my side after ensuring that I have been safely delivered to my room. On my part, I abandon all attempts at resisting and go out like a light the moment I hit the bed. Is it me, or did I have a weird dream? Oh, question, is the commander a lightweight in alcohol terms, or he's a proper alcoholic? It seems to me that he's a lightweight, because if I remember right, during the beginning of Girls Frontline 2, during the intro, he was actually passed out on the floor from drinking too much. So, I'm going to assume he's a lightweight. At the very least, the girls in my dreams seem a little different than usual. Even what she said was odd. Just as I get up and prepare to leave my room, I notice a burned out lavender-scented candle on my table, as well as a bouquet of white Gabriel roses which still have beads on moisture on them. Beads of moisture. Don't know what that means. Beads of moisture. Is this a travel itinerary? After the day's work is done, Groza suddenly passes me a special handout. There's plenty of time before it's scheduled to take place, so please take your time and read it at your convenience, Commander. There's no need to rush your answer. I paged through it. The time frame takes place during our vacation days, but when I noticed that the two of us are the only ones going on this trip, I can't help but harbor some doubts. Oh my, Commander. I can't help but notice the look in your face. Is it really so strange for the two of us to be traveling together by ourselves? Stop, jeez. Yeah, we can go there. I just didn't expect you to invite me to join you on your vacation. We already work together every day, after all. Pretty sure beads of water just was referring to water on the roses or something. Yeah, hopefully that's what it meant. All the more reason for us to be traveling together. A change of surroundings, a change of status, and change of mood might help change your perception of me as well, Commander. I don't recall you being so concerned about how I viewed you before. It seems your misconceptions about me run deeper than I observed previously. Previously, you say? Yeah, we already read this. Sorry, I really thought you were working during this time. Is this the impression I gave you, Commander? Actually, it isn't just me. I think all the dolls in the think about that. About you. What do you mean? Hopefully that's what it is. What else could it be on the roses? You know, it could be an aphrodisiac. It could be coconut juice. Have you finally remembered, Commander? Now then, let's begin our travel preparations. Are there any special preparations needed? After all, we'll need to be locked and loaded for our journey, Commander. Come with me to my room, please. Something Florence would do. What do you think of this outfit, Commander? Is it suitable for our trip? After changing, Groza slowly walks up to me. She bends forward slightly, perhaps so I can get a better view of her, and shortens the distance between us. In truth, Groza's travel preparations didn't actually require me to do anything. All she wants me to do is for me to help her pick out clothes to wear. It looks great on you, but is this what you meant by locked and loaded? Simply changing my attire isn't enough. I've also prepared many items to improve the mood. Surely with their help, you'll be able to fully immerse yourself in the atmosphere, no? I'm sure your mindset will change too. Therefore, I'd like for you to help me out, Commander. Which of these accessories do you think is better? I look at the little box containing her accessories and pick one out for her. Groza doesn't take it from me, but moves closer. Her upturned gaze sparkles as she stands in her fancy dress. I'm going to assume the fancy dress is like the one that you have to buy. It's just a little sad that they don't, show it in the actual cutscene. Could you put it on for me? All right. I pat her head as gently as I can with one hand, while slowly applying the hair clip to her neatly combed hair with the other. Commander, does the current me look different from how I normally am? While she's fully dressed now, Groza shows no sign of pulling away from me. You look radiant. You're still clearly a Groza, but I just can't link your present self to the stern yet reliable team leader I see in my daily life. It seems what I saw on that sleepless night wasn't just a dream. Then I achieved my aim, Commander. Mature and calm, reliable yet stern, if your impression of me now is still the same as in the workplace, I fear I shall have to do something even more outrageous. And what would that be? Groza flashes a victorious smile, and then she slowly opens her arms for wrapping them around my waist, drawing me towards her. It's not as though I'd never been this close to Groza before, but what's happening now is different from those other times. Perhaps it's because of the mood in the air, or because she's acting strange, but the way Groza is acting today feels unreal to me. You're 1 centimeter thinner. Groza suddenly speaks up after an unknown amount of time. What? I was talking about your waist size. Are you measuring my waist? I am. Since my clothes have been picked out, I'll need to take a matching set for you. As a matter of course, I'll handle the tailoring myself once I verify your sizes. That strange mood in the air from just now vanishes in an instant, but I find myself breathing a sigh of relief. Is this what you want to do? Are you disappointed, Commander? Not at all. But you should know my sizes, right? Did something change? I'll continue collecting data on the other parts of you then, Commander. The other parts? Saying so, Groza steps closer again. Feeling anxious, I find myself reflexively backing up a little. If you make the clothes now, you might not be able to make it in time for our trip. But you let me measure you earlier. Why are you suddenly feeling embarrassed now? Alright then, I'll let you handle it. I obediently relax myself. Groza seems to have sensed this would happen, because she closes in once again. Commander's been dense again. Well, the commander can't be that dense now. Groza is like fucking going in. She's fighting the cuck allegations. 7-Up or Pepsi Cherry? Pepsi Cherry, for sure. Would you like something, pretty lady? We have red onions. Oh my god, red onions. Tomatoes and... A young girl watches us nervously. She stands behind a little stall filled with goods for sale. Fruits, flowers, and vegetables, all of which are rarities in the yellow zones. Her Fate Horse story seems pretty short. I wouldn't say short, but it's looking kind of simple. This selection would hardly be out of place among green zone vendors, but the girl's plaintive voice seems to have visibly shaken Groza and causes her to freeze with a 1,000-yard stare. I don't feel well. It's because the red onion was mentioned? That's pretty interesting. It's so weird that Shiki-kan is so great of a tactician but so dense. That's just the standard anime trope. If you're a badass protagonist, you have to be dense with love. But also, I would say, unironically, the majority of guys in real life are also dense. They're just not as dense as a commander. Yeah, 416's Bond is very funny. We even went through that like 2 weeks ago, I say. It's very good. I'll have a bouquet of roses, please. Thank you. I lightly squeeze Groza's hand as I speak to the girl, hoping that it'll calm her nerves, and hoping that our excursion won't be ruined by this unexpected occurrence. Okay, here you go. A bouquet of roses. Have a nice day, Mrs. and Mr. As I hand Groza the roses, she finally seems to awaken from her stupor and smiles at me like she always does. It's like he's dense on purpose. Sometimes it can feel like that, yeah, especially with 416. Like he was really fucking with her at that time. Like to the point where I was a little annoyed too. I didn't expect you to do this sort of thing, Commander. Is that surprising? I've always thought I treated my friends well. Anyway, it seems that's enough shopping for today. Where else would you like to go? Also calling her a friend. Rip Groza. Groza gently grabs my arm and continues strolling down the green zone streets with me. That can be a fuck. That's true. Since she couldn't finish making the fancy suit she planned for me in time of the trip, Groza promptly abandoned her own exquisite dress to match me. As a result, we changed our plans at the last minute. We will focus on staying comfortable and enjoying ourselves, spending a normal, leisurely day living like Green Zone residents. Being able to go as we please and looking forward to the little surprises that await us is also quite romantic, don't you think? Personally, I was hoping you would be able to get into the romantic mood, especially when you're with me, Commander. Oh, yeah, she's actually going in. She's saying that again, but I'm getting a drink. God damn it, Commander. Not dense, you're ignorant. This is so dumb. She's saying that again, but why? It's like, what do you mean, why? It means she wants to go in. You just have to say yes. Before I can answer, my thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. You gotta write it out on a whiteboard in bold letters. Two gangs of people dressed in different colors emerged from various parts of the street, as though the gunshot was a starter's pistol. Meanwhile, the residents scream and flee in all directions as the previously bustling marketplace immediately becomes a gang war battlefield. You know, as you do. So much for little surprises. Looks like we got one now. It seems we'll need to take care of these nuisances. I draw my personal sidearm. At the very least, we should be able to ensure that the residents make it out here safely before the police arrive. Groza, prepare for battle. Order received. Before I can give more command, Groza has already switched into combat mode. She turns and takes down the gunman behind us before readjusting her stance and disarming several others of their handguns. Meanwhile, the girl who just sold us the roses have been knocked to the streets by the panicking crowds of fleeing people, exposed to the exchange of gunfire nearby. Groza immediately runs up and quickly shoves her behind cover. Hide here. I promptly raise my pistol and take out the enemy beside her. Just in time. Groza, you're 3 o'clock. Oh? What a brave man. The enemy rushes out from a nearby alley and Groza floors him with a spectacular roundhouse kick. So his hips are dislocated and he got a million broken bones. Groza neatly wraps up these thugs without so much as using a weapon. Finally, the police arrive and arrest all the perpetrators, bringing the matter to a conclusion at last. However, it seems we won't have time to go anywhere else today. Despite resolving this unexpected encounter, Groza doesn't seem too pleased with the outcome. It would seem that I still failed in the end. You did? How so? The aim of this trip was so you could experience a romantic mood. What happened just now was not what I expected. When did you start thinking this way? I've been meaning to ask that question for a while now. Finally, I have an opening to bring it up. I've always done my best to stay calm while working, standing by your side and acting as an elite doll ought to. It's because I dislike failure, but more importantly because I don't want to be abandoned again. But I wouldn't be able to accept that if it meant that you only saw me as a boring colleague. Groza moves in front of me and looks me in the eyes. Do you understand now, Commander? Her clothes are smudged and red from the fighting. This isn't the first time I've seen her worse for wear, and she's exposed her weaknesses to me countless times before. Right now, however, I can't help but feel a strange sympathy for her. I take off my jacket and wrap it over her. Utter nonsense. I've never once considered you boring, Groza, whether at work or in daily life. And besides, you really were cool just now. Also, regarding that girl, I don't know why she shook me up so much. It seems that scene was familiar, and it awakened memories in me. I guess those memories were from the missing portions of your neural cloud? I've always known about the uneasiness in her heart, but I need her permission for me to give my input, to not feel sudden and unwelcome. Rosa thanks for a moment, and then she shakes her head. Much as I'd like to recover missing parts of me, I'm not sure if letting you take part in the process would be the right thing to do. Her voice trembles a little near the end of her words, and she caps it off with a smile. It isn't confident or elegant like how she normally is. On the contrary, she seems to be laughing at herself. And besides, it's taken this long for you to not treat me like as just a colleague, Commander. So, I don't want to... Groza and I have been through many dangerous situations together, and I know the location of every single wound and scar on her body, but I have never once been able to help her deal with the true source of her uneasiness. Still, I can soothe this worry, at the very least. Surely, you don't think our bond is that fragile, do you? I squeeze Groza's hand again. Groza, if you want it, I will help find the truth with you someday. And if you don't want it, then I will help you keep your secret forever. But right now, I just want to put you at ease. At the very least, I can guarantee that all those things you hate and fear will not happen again. The fucking bug. You need to calm down. The time now is 3 a.m. Usually, even dolls would be asleep at a time like this. This is Hopefully this is the right one. And I've only just finished today's work. Looks like I'll be hearing rumors about you soon, Commander. I don't even need to guess who it is. There's only one doll who will respond to me at this place and at this time. Today is an exception. As a human, there's no way I'd be able to work this late every night. Oh, so you were working then. And here I thought you came all the way just to see me. It's alright for you to think of it that way. After all, however, we came to it. The end result is the same. Groza's put more effort into setting things up tonight compared to before. The view sign and vanishing. Candle flames flicker in the lounge, and scented candles fill the air with a thick fragrance. Rosa places the gramophone's needle on the turntable record, and the waltz plays once again. Well, if you didn't come here to see me, then why did you wear the clothes I made for you, Commander? Well, you delivered them to my room earlier today, and I thought I should at least try them out to see if they fit. Plus, it was to make up for what happened last time. Or were you hoping that I would interpret what you did as an invitation of some kind? Oh, Commander, you're playing dumb as always, even though you know exactly what I have in mind. Rosa doesn't directly answer my question. Instead, she slowly approaches me and extends her hand in invitation once again. It fits you very well, Commander. We're a perfect match. Just like I expected. It makes me think that it'll be a terrible waste if we don't dance at least once tonight. I've rarely seen Groza's eyes declaring her intentions as openly as they're doing now. There's a hint of provocation in them, as well as a glimmer of anticipation. If I refused again, you'd probably call me insensitive. How about this? Let me guide you through the parts you don't know, Commander. Well, since you're offering. I suddenly recall Groza's unhappy face from the green zone, and it overlaps with her expectant look now. Yes, that's right. We've been with each other for so long. I know every single one of her thoughts and her worries, what makes her bold and brave, what makes her timid and weak, her kindness, her gentleness, and her most precious feelings. She's never asked for much, so why should I disappoint her now? I place my hand over Groza's, and then take it into mine and pull her over to me. It seems I have no choice but to agree. Shall we begin now? Oh, Commander, you've learned to ask questions whose answers are self-evident. You should know I hate people who beat around the bush, no? Perhaps it's because we're so close together, but Groza turns away slightly, a very rare gesture on her part, and stiffly begins the first step of the dance. And that is how we begin the first dance. It's definitely not elegant, but Groza and I lose ourselves in the atmosphere, going round and round, orbiting each other. Commander, you're dancing very well right now, aren't you? Groza teases me in a tone of mild annoyance. Only because the mood and the music are good, no? Although I don't think there's any connection between the two of them, I'm curious about something. How do you view me right now? Groza is lovely as she rolls in time with the music, but I know she isn't saying that to fish for compliments. You look just like the Groza I know. But I don't think you're looking for just praise, right? Commander, I'm sure you know, but there are gaps in my neural cloud due to various circumstances. I am constantly haunted by the sense of loss and uneasiness caused by the specters of an unknown past and an unknown failure. And yet, you told me that this doesn't change anything between us. Of course not. Still, the past will follow you, even if by murky impressions. Of course, that isn't always a good thing, you know, in the green zone last time. I'm not sure if mentioning that will ruin Groza's mood, but from her relieved smile, It seems like she's trying to come to terms with those missing memories. I know that none of us can escape our past. Not me, nor you, Commander. Let's not bring that stuff up now. Someday, I will face my past, and then everything will be settled once and for all. And then what? That depends on how things turn out. However, I am certain of one thing. No matter how things turn out, all I need is to be by your side, Commander. That's all I want to say. Please believe me, Commander. I have always believed in you. As our conversation trails off, the wall slowly winds down. Then, may I hope for something more? The song ends, and so does the dance. Groza arches backward, and I obligingly support her with an arm around her waist. Smacking the forearm Groza to bed. Hey, not everyone knows about that yet. We can't say anything about that. Such as... In the next moment, Groza, who ought to... Wait, what happened there? In the next moment, Groza, who ought to have straightened and bowed up to me, suddenly reaches up and places a hand on my cheek, and then she plants a gentle yet passionate kiss on my cheek with lightning speed. Such as this. Despite the fact that she is only asking permission after the fact, I can't find it in myself to rebuke her. And was that caused by the mood too? Did you end up getting swept away by it? To be precise, I took advantage of you being carried away by things to launch a sneak attack on you, Commander. Carpe diem, as they say. Or carpe noca, as it were. Let me see. I mean, I feel that Commander is playing dumb to not have a fucking doll Civil War. Yeah, that's true. Probably that. So, apart from work, would you mind indulging in more romantic endeavors with me? Groza's smile has always been confident and proud, but right now there's a flush of pink in her cheeks. Are you drunk? What the fuck? That's not the best response. Thankfully there's enough rapport. Unfortunately, I did not get drunk. You've always gotten drunk before me, haven't you, my Commander? What happened last time was an accident. Like I said, I'm not good at all-nighters. Still, things won't end as simply as it did last time. Shall we continue? Commander, have you forgotten? In Griffin, they call me the Night Queen. She has a teasing look in her eyes as she tightens her grip on my head. My hand. We have a long night ahead of us, and many, many things that we must do. And I won't admit defeat until the dawn comes. Just then, the next song begins to play. And the next song is rock music that's really loud so that no one can hear anything. Because of them working on reports. It says, "Are you drunk?" If he said that to Kakai, Kakai would be pissed off. Did they or didn't they? It's leaning towards they did, but thanks for the music. It's leaning towards that they did, but there is enough. What's one before? There's enough. It's enough liability to say that nothing happened. But everyone is assuming that things happened. Commander, you gotten my gift, haven't you? Does Groza have the proper equipment? She should. She's a modified civilian T-Doll, so all of them modified civilian T-Dolls, they should have the equipment. At least that's what I looked up. Wine again? I appreciate it, but I can't drink that much. That way, you'll have a reason and opportunity to invite me to taste it with you. The last time was quite fun, wasn't it? I'm sure you don't need me to remind you, but today's mission was a great success. So, would you like to celebrate with me tonight? We've only just knocked off, but our ever-reliable leader Groza is already thinking about how to spend her night already. Aren't you afraid one of the dolls will come and give you a report? Does that even matter? Right now, we're the only two here. You should be used to that by now. Or are you still feeling shy about that even now? I'm just worried that the celebration might end up lasting all night long by accident. Okay, yeah, it's laying on a little thick that it happened. You never complained when we watched the sunrise together, though. Still, there's no need to worry. I've already checked. There aren't any pending commissions, so I'm sure it'll be alright for you to go to bed a little later tonight. Given your habits, I doubt it'll just be a little later. Of course, if you have other plans in mind, then please, feel free to use my gift. I don't mind celebrating by myself, like I used to in the past. However, I would still like to meet you afterwards, Commander. Then I will give you another present, one that I am sure will surely satisfy you. Yeah, that whole cutscene was like a, yeah, they did the thing. So I'm gonna say this. Even if she doesn't have the equipment, she still has. I don't want to. You know what, I'm not gonna say it. Or I'm not gonna go full DJ. No. I'm just gonna take a drink. And then we're gonna move on to what you missed. So before we move on, I also want to look into the journals, because I looked into this a little bit, and it might have some. I feel like it does have interesting information that some of you may not know. Thank you, Meek. The commander can work with what she's got. Yeah. Alright, so record 1. Some of this does overlap with the journal, the Dusty Journal, but I still think there may be some more information here. After the Griffin restructuring, Groza was seconded to StateSec and ended up becoming a member of the Security Directorate Operations Squad. However, she was abandoned due to an operation and was only reactivated when she met the commander again. As a mature and responsible elite doll, Groza was undoubtedly the pillar of her team, maintaining her poise and confidence regardless of the circumstances. Her skills had helped the commander through numerous difficulties during the early days of the Elmo's journey. Having lost part of her neural logs, just part of it, Groza occasionally felt uneasy and lost, but she rarely showed that side of her. Groza was professional and efficient during operations. As a team leader, she was capable of running her entire team by herself. Outside of work, Groza's personality underwent a complete about-face, seeking a casual yet romantic lifestyle that was unaffected by her work. While rumors about how she drafted action plans through the night circulated on the Elmo, the truth was that she put all her work aside and simply enjoyed the undisturbed silence at that time of night. Due to their cooking-based interactions and their long years of working with each other, Groza and the commander had developed a unique camaraderie. In daily life, Groza was very close to and actively shared her views with the commander. The shadow over Groza's heart gradually faded as the Elmo grew more and more lively in recent days. However, the missing portion of her neural cloud was like a wound that wouldn't heal. It remained in her heart, as though waiting for the right time to spring from the darkness and tear her ruined body to shreds. Unique camaraderie, yeah. Alright, so this is all stuff that we know. I guess the only new thing here is that Groza has a more leisurely lifestyle compared to her time in Griffin. Because, yeah, in Griffin, she was pretty no nonsense, except for the fact that she was in love with the commander. It happened in 2066. For a machine, being abandoned like this was nothing short of death, just like with human beings. However, on that day, the slumbering Groza was finally reborn. Alright, so this happened. This is actually... yeah, this is actually new information. So, it's saying that Groza was not with the commander for 10 years straight. Hold on, I'm trying to remember when... yeah, so... we should be in 2072, or... was it 2072 or 2074 is when Groza Line 2 happens? Regardless, it's not the full 10 years. The commander has been chilling on his own for a few years by himself before he met Groza. Or machine being abandoned. Yeah, I get that. 74. Yeah, 74. In the eyes of a bounty hunter, wandering the containment zones alone, even an abandoned quarry filled with industrial waste held the possibility of containing classified information and useful resources. And today, the commander, who had only just become a bounty hunter, found Groza in his abandoned quarry. Groza, what are you doing here? Our frame hadn't been started up in a while, and it had been ravaged by battle damage and the passage of time. Right now, even this elite doll who once possessed outstanding specs could only groan raggedly, like a pile of shifting scrap. System self-diagnostic complete. Tragically, despite her murky memories prior to her abandonment, the sense of despair that came just from before death clung to her like a nightmare that she could not shake loose. As Groza gradually came to, the words "mission failed," "abandoned in place," and so forth and so on filled her neural cloud. It was as though she was trapped in that moment, constantly bumping up against those emotions and unable to break free. The choking sensation was almost enough to drive her mad. Her throat croaked like a rusty ventilation fan, emitting a cry of anguish. How had she ended up like this? What was the substance flowing out of her eyes? In the very next moment, however, a warm human being embraced her. Ah, what a familiar scent, a familiar form, and with them, this strange sense of comfort and familiarity. Perhaps it was because her power cells were almost drained, or the massive neural fluctuations were more than an abandoned doll like her could handle, but Groza allowed her eyes to close. This time, she was sure to be able to wake up again. Okay. So there are some questions I saw here while I was reading. Wait, but if Groza was a Griffin T-doll, would him picking her up go against the agreement? I think that was implied in my story where the commander was on his own for a while until Groza was found and Milling came. Yeah, so Groza has always been a special exception. They bring this up during Glass Island, which is Overt's event, and Swami's event. So the part 2 portion, Swami actually ends up getting onto the Elmo and stays with the commander for like honestly like a month or two. And then eventually someone leaves a message to the commander saying, "Hey, don't forget what you signed the agreement on. And so the commander realized, or rather, he knew the entire time, that they are watching him, and they know for a fact that he is breaching the contract. But for some reason, Groza is a special exception, because they never left a message for Groza, but once Swami popped in, they gave him a message. It gave him a message. So for whatever reason, Groza is a special exception. This is why people think that Groza is like a planted, basically a plant for the URNC, where she's being tracked and stuff. Like maybe she has like a virus in her, or she's a sleeper agent, like what Nacho just said. Did they have a satellite? Maybe. Yeah, probably Hunter, probably. Although, I want to say the time that happened was new, because Mainling was shocked that it happened. So I'm guessing it doesn't happen all the time. Right. The gap in her neural cloud was like an electric current. It hit Groza without remorse and filled her with a bizarre sensation. Groza was wrong. Upon noticing the irregularity in Groza, the commander moved closer to her. Groza was used to reading people's thoughts through their faces. He looked at the commander's face and saw nothing but concern. At the very least, there's nothing about abandoning her in the commander's expression. Abandoning her? Upon realizing what she was thinking, Groza was startled by how dark her thoughts were. She may never have felt this way if not for that incident. She recalled the day the commander found her, how those warm hands drew her forth from death and damnation. If the commander knew how uneasy she was, if she knew that she was incomplete, would all this fade like waking from a dream? Rosa secretly made up her mind to prove her worth and thus avoid the fate of being abandoned again. I'm fine. I think it must be because my frame being damaged earlier. Before the commander called her name again, Groza smiled warmly. Don't worry, Commander. And besides, in a sneaky turn of events, she returned the question back to the commander. I won't break down so easily, so feel free to lean on me a little more, won't you? Alright, so they're basically laying on pretty thick here that Groza has abandonment issues. And that can explain a lot of what happened during Cinterace's event. Because, you know, we had that moment where the Griffin T-Dolls showed up en masse, and they were all familiar with the commander, and Groza felt very uncomfortable. She's like, fuck, dude, they're all like way better than me. Plus, I got this crazy shit going on in my head. Yeah, I think I'm gonna blow myself up now if that kind of happened. So this record kind of explains what happens, or it gives more context as to why that part happened. Alright, record 4. Commander, would you like to taste my cooking? This was the first time Groza was cooking for the commander, and clearly even he was surprised by that. Even if the commander was used to having an extra doll aboard the Elmo, but even so. Oh, does my attire look so strange? The apron-clad Groza flashed a smile that said she was expecting this reaction and placed the pumpkin pie she made on the table. Now, what type of apron is it? Is it like a cute housewife apron, or is it the naked apron? These are questions that must be clarified. I was just wondering when we got a housekeeper doll in the Elmo. The commander pulled up a chair and sat down, and Groza took a seat beside him. Since it's my first time cooking for you, I thought I should dress for the occasion. How is it? Does it suit me? Groza smiled at the commander. It does, very much so. The commander shifted his gaze from Groza to the pumpkin pie sitting on the plate. The crust had been baked to a rich brown color, and it looked crispy and delicious. Meanwhile, the filling looked soft and moist, gleaming in the light and radiating a tempting aroma. Commander, you should taste it rather than just staring at it, said Groza, while gesturing for the commander to help himself. The commander didn't hesitate, taking a slice of the pie and putting it in his mouth. It tasted nothing like they imagined. The complex taste, akin to vomit, spread through his mouth. The crispy crust and the filling blended together, leading to even more ghastly mental images. Commander? The commander forced it down, then thought carefully before speaking. Have you tried it yourself, Groza? Not at the moment. In truth, I was planning to request that you install gastral modules in me. Despite her doubts, Groza voiced her thoughts without holding back. Got it. I'll install them in tomorrow. She has a shit cooking debuff. Yeah, she has the macchiato debuff. Vomit inducing. Like, just how bad was it? Jesus. Steam and vapor filled the Emo's lounge. Rosa ladled the cream stew into 3 bowls and brought them to the table. This was the first meal that the 3 of them were having together after welcoming the newest member of the Emo aboard. Miss Groza, you're really good at cooking, Manny said as her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Well, it looks and smells good enough. The taste, however, it's kind of unique. The commander recalled the first time she sampled Groza's attempt at this dish. Still, I taste tested the cream stew last time. It'll be fine. Alright, why don't you try it, you two? After the 2 of them each took a spoonful of the stew, the smiles on their faces that followed told Groza that that attempt at cooking ought to be a success. Even though she didn't have gustatory modules installed, Rosa sat beside the commander and picked up her spoon, helping herself to her own portion of the stew. The air was filled with peace and happiness. She could partake in this warmth as well as the mere act of eating. She brought her spoon to her mouth, and such thoughts ran through Groza's head. Alright, so she got better. Alright, Groza, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, the commander suddenly said as the meal was over. Even though we only have 3 people on the Elmo right now, in the future, I might end up recruiting more dolls into our team. Therefore, I'd like for you to become the leader of our doll complement. Oh my. Does this mean you've acknowledged my skills, Commander? Rosa was clearly surprised, but she still smiled in that same confident way. You don't need to give me an answer right away. Take your time and think carefully about it. No, Commander. I would be honored to accept that role. Your Groza is willing to serve. Alright, record 6. It happened in 2066. I had just become a bounty hunter. Oh, this is probably in the commander's perspective. But just as I was thinking about whether or not to recruit more dolls, I found Groza in an abandoned quarry. She seemed really worked up when I awakened her, almost like a child. I'd never seen Groza like this before. It certainly didn't fit my mental image of her. So you brought me back right then and there, Commander? Well, to be frank, back then I hadn't even thought that far yet, but I knew I couldn't just leave you there. Even with an underground broker's help, cleaning and fixing up Groza for a long time. Fortunately, she could speak with me normally in the end. You're just like how you were in Griffin, Commander. In what way? The way you treat dolls, Groza smiled. Normal people wouldn't think that way, right? I couldn't just leave you there, that sort of thing. After fixing up Groza, she looked more like how I remembered. However, I knew her frame couldn't be repaired that easily. Worse still, the gaps in her neural cloud would be the hardest to fix. Don't think that way. I patted Groza's shoulder after complimenting the basic checks. Your frame's damage isn't so bad, though we'll probably want a professional to help take a closer look at you. I think I'm doing fine now. I don't need a follow-up. Groza stood up upon hearing me, but refused further treatment. Alright, are you leaving then? Since she said as much, I wasn't going to press the point. I nodded, but just as I was about to send her off, she shook her head. Commander, won't you take responsibility and go all the way? She stepped forward, her eyes filled with longing. It would seem I wouldn't have to worry about what had given me pause for a thought earlier. It's like, the commander was like, yeah, so, yeah, you can go off now. And Groza was like, no, staying. So 8 years? Yeah, 8 years would be the math. So basically the commander was by himself for 2 years. And they also said, well, according to this, the commander took 2 years to become a bounty hunter. So I'm guessing he did 2 years of just fucking around, trying to figure things out. And then he became a bounty hunter, and then he found Groza. Alright. Record 7. It seemed that I had set foot into a realm that I shouldn't have entered. The current me was pinned under a massive amount of junk. Commander? Meanwhile, the culprit of all this, Groza, arrived at long last. Oh my, it looks like you've fallen foul to these things as well. Just how many other unfortunates triggered this trap previously anyway? It all started when Groza invited me to her room for a late supper. Just as we thought everything was set, Groza realized that she had left her bottle opener in the lounge and stepped outside to get it. Meanwhile, I was incredibly bored and accidentally touched the big black cabinet in the corner of her room. Then, I was deluged by countless pieces of detritus that forced me back, piling up higher and higher until I was completely buried by it. Aren't you going to explain this, Groza? Sorry, Commander, but I ordered plenty of stuff and it all accumulated before I realized it. That's not the point. How on earth did you? While we were talking, Groza had already stuffed all the junk back into the black cabinet, and the room was clean once again. How on earth did you put it all in there? Well, they say 90% of most magic merely consists of knowing one extra fact. Would you like to give it a try, Commander? Said Groza, as she opened... That's a mistake. As she opened a bottle of wine. Also, some spaces aren't as small as they look. I had that cabinet custom made. The cabinet in question seemed less like a storage space and more like a black hole. As I looked into the black corner of the room, it seemed unfathomably deep. Meanwhile, Groza took a sip of red wine. So, she's messy. So it sounds like. Bit of a nothing burger, but nice to know. Record 8. Commander, I got a new recipe. I added a little twist to it, but I hope it isn't too much for you. I ignored the fragrant chicken sausages and tomato sauce before me and looked up at Groza, who was wearing an apron for the first time in a long while. I couldn't help but feel nostalgic as I looked at her. Also, her apron was fancier than before. Over the years, tasting food for Groza had become second nature. Originally, Groza would have gained a gustatory module with her gastro modules. However, her frame was damaged, which meant that the gustatory modules could not be successfully installed, and after changing her frame, she refused to have them installed in the name of cutting cost. And thus, this state of affairs had persisted until now. As a result, was my job to substitute for Groza's sense of taste at all this time. Commander, are you still thinking about the past? Groza topped off my cup of fruit juice for me. We'll be having an ops meeting later, so we'll have the fruit juice for refreshments today. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the fruit you're making now isn't a pretty roulette wheel anymore. Groza's cooking was impeccable, provided she didn't get too adventurous. After all, the only way to make you choose my food, given the present circumstance. You have many options available to you now, do you not? Well, I've grown used to your cooking over the years. I pulled out a chair and gestured for Groza to come sit next to me. Besides, I promised to taste test your food in your place. I'm grateful for your trust, Commander. Groza smiled as she took my hand. That's why I will always stand by your side and live up to your expectations. Her words were a shot in the arm that drove me up to pick up my spoon and sample Groza's newest culinary creation. Yeah, so Groza became a good cook, which is kind of funny because... Yeah, actually that is super funny, because Sabrina's a chef, right? And Sabrina still has issues with her food, while Groza now apparently is a really good cook, even without having the ability to taste things. That is very funny. But yeah, it seems like that everything involving the Affinity story is there to show how close Groza and the Commander are. And I'll say, yeah, they're pretty damn close. Basically, husband and wife tier. But you know, it could be it could cause some certain T-dolls to scream in hilarity and anger and sadness and all that good stuff. But it is what it is. She had 8 years with him. But yeah, it's pretty good. I also like the records, and I like the memories as well. It's pretty interesting though. And he just put it in charge immediately. Yeah, it's kind of interesting though, because it honestly does really feel like that ever since the other T-dolls came back, Groza has been immediately sidelined after the Synth Race event, of course. So yeah, it's a pretty strange situation. Quite a few chairs. Yeah, so like it is pretty strange, but it also feels like that this Affinity was made just to show that Groza and the Commander are actively banging. Okay. Let me pull up the other accounts, because I do need to see Jiai's event, and I don't have her, but it's on the other accounts. Let me just pull up something background because I gotta turn off the game. As YT said, this is all canon. We don't have a confirmation, no. But there's no reason to assume that it's not canon. Which T-dolls are best at cooking? Best at cooking? In the current Ghost Frontline 2 roster, I would probably say number 1 is probably Quiqua. Number 2 is probably, and I say probably, Sabrina. And number 3 would be Groza. And then after that, Springfield. The last one. Right. Yeah, Quihua. Yeah, here it is. Chakri did beat Sabrina in Dusty Memories. I think that was... I think that's only for sweets, though. I'm pretty sure that's only for sweets. So I think in terms of sweets, Chakri beats her, but as like a journal palette, I'm pretty sure Sabrina still wins. And also Sabrina learned what to do afterwards. So Sabrina actually got a an upgrade in her cooking talents after the Dusty Memories. So I still think Sabrina's better than Chakri overall. Let's see.
Doors Frontline 2 レクシリオン
Yeah, I'm gonna put this down for a moment. I don't know, actually. We should, because that's when it did pop up. But at the same time, we're not at that 1 year anniversary yet. Italian food. The nation was competent at cooking, going by AG. Maybe. The big thing is that Lunacia cooked stuff that the commander hated, and apparently it was good. I mean, the commander didn't vomit. It just that the commander didn't like that food in particular. So I'm guessing she actually is a good cook. Alright, give me a little bit, guys. I just need to put in the information. It tastes like apple. To be completely honest, I completely forgot what the nation cooked for the commander during AG. Alright. Let me pull it up now. And also turn the music back on. Don't need this anymore. Oh, this is a nice track. Can't wait what they're going to show at the new live stream for Springfield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested in what they're going to show off. Because here's the thing, right? They said two things. Well, first of all, let's set the stage first before we get into the Jiai event. We'll talk about the next live stream. They showed a teaser that Mo is going to be involved in the next event, the next live stream event, and I don't know why that's a big deal. We kind of assumed that was going to happen, but apparently it's big enough that it needs to be announced. Let me turn on the light real quick. Rainen, I'm just about to talk about the CN. So for the CN side, we should be getting something big next month. They did tease that something is going to happen next month, and that we should be prepared for that as well. So a lot of us are assuming that that's going to be the revamped dorm system, because they said that they should be getting it done during the summer. So what I'm thinking is that there is a possibility that they're going to release the open dorm on all servers. That is a huge pipe dream, but considering how much anticipation there is for the open dorm system, for the revamped dorm system, I think that may be their best move, to just have it open for all servers at the same time. So here's hoping that that's actually the case. It is still like a pipe dream. It would be a little, maybe the best word is unreasonable. A little unreasonable, particularly because they like to use the CN server as a beta test server. So they'll probably use that as like a testing ground first, make sure that nothing goes wrong. And if they can make changes, they can at least do it on the CN side and not have to worry about disappointing the global side first. But considering just how much anticipation there is for it, and everyone is going to be looking at that, it may be in it may be the best thing to do to just release it for all servers at the same time. And that would be great to put alongside the Springfield event as well. That would be the best thing that they can do for the game to drive up hype, because one, Springfield is definitely one of the most popular dolls ever in Ghost Frontline. She's also a super good character. She is literally the best port in the game. And 3, it's a major event, is actually story relevant, and yeah, people should get excited for that. So it would be the best time to have all 3 of those things together in one neat package, hype everything up, and then just add in the Dorito, I keep calling Doritos, the redundant pieces. That exchange market, make sure that's added in as well. That gets everyone super excited. The veterans are super excited. And that should be a recipe for a huge increase in sales for that month. Hopefully they won't bungle that. But again, that is a pipe dream. Speaking of Mo, what's up with the image of the Nidos torturing Mo with Lego pieces? That is just a... So there is an original picture of that, and that's, instead of Mo, it's with the commander. I don't know who actually made that. I'm pretty sure that was fan made, but that is in reference to Continuing Turbulence, also called Commander Torture, where the commander is tortured by the Nidos. That's just like a humorous interpretation of that. They put Mo in there for more humor, but honestly, I forgot the context as to why they did that switch. Also, they said if they delay it, they'll get extra pulls. They did say that, yes. They said every time that they'll have to delay it, they will provide an extra 10 pulls each time. Got a good amount of time to cook up what's working on. Yeah. Commander stole the Nito's ice cream. Probably. Yeah, honestly, I am also, like, just to put things in perspective, I am not really a person who gets excited for dorm systems. I don't care too much about it. But I know a lot of people are, and to be completely honest, I am also excited for the dorm system, because with me being a degenerate role player, me being able to interact with the dolls after some hard work in the story, it'd be nice to have some interactions there. I'm really excited for the doll interactions. That's when I have the most. So yeah, I think even the most hardcore players can appreciate the dorm system that's coming out, as long as they do it right. And with how much time to put into it and how much hype is surrounding it, they really have to nail it, and I hope they do nail it. But okay. I really want an SVD VAT. Feels bad. Whew. Damn, dude. Man. Did you prepare this ahead of time? Because this is nice. Yeah. I did. Alright, we're gonna do memories first, and then we'll go into the journal. Cause I'm straight up gooner. I mean, I'm a gooner too, but I guess you know, it's on a spectrum. I want more swords. Here we go. Yeah, only 2 machine guns and 2 swords. For some reason, we get a lot of shotguns. The weather is uncommonly good today. I yawn and stretch as I walk down the corridor, but then a sound from the training room draws my attention. Begin. Curious, I step inside and see a green and black silhouette sparring with one of the melee combat training robots. Well, it's not so much sparring with as completely overwhelming. The silhouette easily dodges the robot's mechanical arms and circles around it with lightning speed, interrupting his ineffectual attack with a flying kick before closing in to take it down, ending the battle with a swift maneuver. And done. Impressive. I can't help but applaud. Upon hearing the sound of clapping, Jiai lets go of the limp machine and stands up. Commander, were you watching? Well, I was free and decided to take a walk around the Elmo. Turns out I was just in time to witness your stunning display. You flattered me, Commander. This is just daily training. To be honest, I was a little worried that I got too hard on the machine. Well, if our sparring bots were really that fragile, the repair bills would be enough to pay for the Elmo to cruise around the green zone for a week. It seems Jiai thought of something because she approaches me. Speaking of which, Commander, since you're free, I have a proposition for you. Why don't you go a round or two with me, Commander? Huh? Ever since I saw your skills in action, part of me has wanted to spar with you. After all, it's only fun when you fight someone who knows what they're doing, right? Jiai looks at me, a hint of expectation hidden in her calm expression. I'm sorry, but according to lore, even the best MMA fighter can't beat the average T-Doll. So, unless the commander turns into the Nikkei commander, I don't think it's going to work out too well. Well, I don't get to do this too often, so might as well get these old bones to work out. Yurt! A greenish black arm guard follows a fist as it howls through the air before me. I sidestep the blow and respond with a whistling haymaker of my own. Jackie doesn't dodge. She parries me with one hand and reaches for my shoulder with the other. I feel the shift in Jackie's strength and counter with a backhand while breaking away from the clinch, keeping a cautious distance from her. Upon realizing I've seen through her intentions, Jackie chuckles. You got some moves, Commander. You're pretty good too. Now, on guard, Commander. Jackie steps in again, closing the distance with me with swift footwork and rapid strikes. Rather than spend too long locked in melee with her, I decide to focus on her movements and look for any openings she might offer me. Finally, after repeated exchanges of strikes and counter-strikes, I find an opening. I throw a punch. Wham! Jeffy brings a hand up to block me, but as my fist makes contact with it, a spiderweb of cracks spreads across their gauntlet's black shell with a crisp crunch. It splits in two and clatters to the ground. Hold up. Let me read that again. As my fist makes contact with it, a spiderweb of cracks spread across their gauntlet's black shell with a crisp crunch. Did he just punch open her arm guard? Sorry. The commander punched through her arm guard. What the fuck? Sorry, I think I used too much force. Jeffy bends down to pick up the broken gauntlet and shakes her head. Don't worry, Commander. I've been using it for too long anyway. It's time I changed it. Honestly, I should be thanking you. I was lucky that this happened during training. I doubt I'd have gotten off this lightly if I had given away during actual combat. After putting the gauntlet aside, Jackie tightens the straps around her right hand. Commander became Albert Wesker. Yeah, he learned thrust punch. With the gauntlet gone, I noticed that the wraps around her hands have come loose, and I can see a gnarly looking scars covering them. It seems these scars have been there for quite some time. It's been a while since Jackie joined the Elmo, so why didn't she get them fixed? Jackie, I've been warning about something. What happened to your hands? Why not get them fixed? Jackie freezes as she tightens up her wraps. She doesn't answer me, only picks thoughtfully at the elastic cloth tape. Does she not want the answer? After letting the words hang in the air for a moment, I try to laugh as casually as I can to dull the air. Never mind, it's alright. I was just asking. That said, repairs aren't exactly a luxury item here in the Elmo. If fixing them is hard, then just go ahead and replace your frame. That should be able to solve the issue with your facial expressions modules too. Jackie turns to me, the edges of her mouth curving to a faint smile. I'm sorry, Commander. I appreciate that you mean well, and I like my best to be honest with you. But this matter is the one thing I can't bring myself to face directly. No, it's alright. I get it. Thank you, Commander. I had fun sparring with you today. Speaking of sparring, that battle with you made me realize something. Oh? You're always able to spot my openings, Commander. Yet in the past or today, you've always been able to discover what I thought I managed to hide. So, would you be willing to continue sparring with me for the future, Commander? Of course. I mean, the Commander... God, that outfit, holy fuck. Like, brain, like, neuron explosion. damn. The commander overtakes QJ in her skin in Action 2. Like, true. But at least, back then at least, I thought that was more of like, oh, they're just like play fighting, you know? You know, he grabs her and, you know, does a little dance with her and she's all happy and shit. But this seemed like a serious sparring session, and not only was he able to keep up, which again, I figured that she's just going easy on him. But he's punched her gauntlet so hard that the gauntlet basically exploded. And it's like, was the gauntlet like broken? Was it fucked up before? Was it too overused? Because if it was in like pretty good condition, that shouldn't happen. The commander is immune to needle punches. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, that the gauntlet was already at its limit. That's the only thing I can assume, because otherwise, the commander is becoming a Nikkei commander. So how are you next in the year? Yeah, but it being old is not the same as it being garbage. You know what I mean? Nano machine, son. After the event, I do remember her Blaze getting her getting some Blaze parry with those. That's true. The blades. Yeah, she did use them in a prior event. That's for sure. But okay. Like, this isn't something that I'm criticizing, obviously. This is just like a thought. It's like, whoa. Like, let me make sense of this real quick. Click on Jiao. Oh, what's this bell? That is kind of hot. They ever explain what those things are on our body? Oh, the scars? You might hear about it now, because it is the topic of this Affinity story. This is an elegant gala hall. People come and go, rubbing shoulders with each other. Amidst them stands Jiai, who has used foundation and light makeup as a basic disguise. She has a glass of champagne in hand, and she's standing about 5 meters away from me. I keep my microtransmitter, lower my voice, and speak. Sorry about this. I guess you stand out way too much for a mission like this. Commander, I'm the best choice when it comes to works of art. Besides, in the past, In the past? Jiai? Honestly, I forgot how she said it. It's like Jiai? Or Jiai? I can't remember. Jiai raises her glass slightly. Target sighted, Commander. I look in the direction where Jiai is gesturing and spot the target on this mission. Ellie Brandon, an art broker. Supposedly, she uses fake artworks for trades, and due to the clandestine nature of the transactions, the deceived parties cannot call for overt investigations into the matter and must swallow their losses in silence. Jiai and I have come here at the request of a client to learn the truth. A moment later, once the broker has finished speaking with the people around her, I nod to Jiai. Jiai heads over to the woman. Excuse me. Miss Brandon, I wonder if you're interested in an antique lapis lazuli piece. Several minutes later, a smile spread across the face of the young woman talking to Jiai. Jiai raises her glass to the other woman while slowly clenching the hand behind her into a fist. That's the signal Jiai and I worked out to indicate that she managed to learn something. Soon, Jiai excuses herself, but just as she's about to leave, another richly dressed lady quickly approaches and scoops the broker into a warm hug. Hi, Ellie. Carmilla, what are you doing here? A friend introduced me. Oh, it's Camilla. Okay. They swapped the name out. What? Am I not welcome? Scared I'll steal your business? Okay, they tuned it again. And then the lady called Carmilla glances at Jiai and flashes her a polite smile. Is she a new client then? Pardon me. My name is Dylan Carmilla. Huh. Funny. They got the names all around the place, so it's probably okay, we'll just go with Dylan Camilla. I don't know. And I'm a friend of Miss Brandon. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Of course not. I just finished speaking to Miss Brandon, actually. Please, by all means. For some reason, Jiai's voice is a little stiff over my headset. Was I imagining things? Never mind, I'll ask her about the details later. Jiai bows to the two of them, and then turns to leave. Just then, there's a commotion from the center of the gala hall, and little white-shaped darts through my legs. Arf, arf! Miss, look out! The dog crashes into the waiter, knocking the tray of champagne glasses he's holding loose and sending it all towards Jiai. He steps aside with lightning speed, but the splashing liquor drinks her upper body and soaks her sleeve. The alcohol spreads over her arm, rapidly revealing the scars and circuitry which have been hidden by the carefully applied makeup. Oh no. I'm terribly smart. Sorry, miss. It's alright. The panic waiter bows nonstop like a drinking bird. A drinking bird. And Jiai makes to leave, but the lavishly dressed woman reaches out to grab her hand, eyes narrowed into slits. And what this might be... Pardon me, madam, but I don't think this is any of your business. Oh? None of my business, is it? I don't think so. The well-dressed woman looks Jiai over from head to toe. I thought you looked familiar just now. You used to work for me as my bodyguard doll, didn't you? What was your name? CSLS06, I think. Got it in one, didn't I? Well, 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 to think you'd still be functioning. I still remember that little song and dance you gave back then about not wanting to do this sort of thing for me anymore, and then you made such a big mess while trying to get out of the business. And here I thought you wouldn't bother with this kind of work after wrecking your hands and mangling your face. But in the end, you came crawling back, didn't you? You can pretty yourself up all you like, but once a rat, always a rat, Enough, I didn't. Ellie Brandon interrupts Jiai mid-retort. She grabs Carmilla and gestures. Several men in black emerge from a nearby room and slowly approach them. Carmilla, as much as I'm curious about your past relationship with this little rodent, I doubt I'll need anyone other than you to tell me about it. Sure, we'll do it your way. Ah! Let go of me! Jiai shakes Carmilla hands off, but the bodyguards have already swarmed her. Don't just stand there, get her! Jiai is forced to act. She is surrounded by multiple people and hemmed in by the furniture. While that's not enough to defeat her, she can't find a way out of this at the moment. I can't let them keep us here. I survey our surroundings and try to move towards the Burying fracas as discreetly as possible. There's only one guard behind Ellie Brandon. Maybe that's our chance. Jiai, calm down. In 30 seconds, head towards it 2 o'clock. 30 seconds later. After kicking the first guard's knife away, I grab the second and judo throw him to the ground, and press my gun against Ellie Brandon's waist. Pardon me, miss, but I hope you'll cooperate with me here. With their employer at gunpoint, the bodyguard ceases hostilities, opening a brief gap for Jiai. Go, now. The moment I yell that out, Jiai breaks free of the group. I shove Ellie Brandon aside and take down the oncoming bodyguards with Jiai before we sprint for the main entrance. I just like to think that the commander just went John Wick on all of them. After a thrilling car chase, Jiai and I finally managed to lose our pursuers and return to our hideout. Was this mission impossible now? Just as we enter, Jiai grabs my hand. Commander, your hand. It was then that I realized that there's a red, weeping laceration at the back of my right hand. That's strange. When did I get hurt? I don't remember. Maybe it was bodyguard's knife, or maybe it was during the fighting while we made our escape. As I tried to recall what happened, Jiai approaches with bandages and medicine in hand and begins hurriedly performing first aid of my wound. My palm and my hand are soon plastered with white cloth, but spots of red stain the gaze and began soaking the fabric. Commander. Jiai lowers her head as she cradles my hand. It's my fault. You got hurt because I was cornered. Oh, it's nothing. It's but a scratch. I barely even noticed. As for you, Jiai, those guards went pretty hard on you. Are you alright? How's your frame? I'm fine, and it's all thanks to you saving me, Commander. Jiai looks up at me, and her eyes are filled with guilt and worry. I pat Jiai's shoulder in as soothing a way as I can manage. In any case, let's get you checked up once you return to Nielmo. Oh, and Jiai, about that other broker we met. Do you know her? I'm sorry, Jiai looks down again and grabs at the scars on her hand. After a long time, she looks back up at me. Commander, I sincerely apologize for getting you injured today. However, I still can't bring myself to do this. Could you give me a few days? Once I'm ready, I'll tell you everything about the past. Jiai looks up at me. Her eyes are still apologetic, but there's a shining determination in them. In response, I nod. Of course. Yeah, I keep trying to find any Frontline stuff myself online. The most I've ever seen is like art books. And those you had to import over from China or Japan, one of those two. I think recently they started making figurines, but I'm mainly looking for posters, and yeah, I'm just not finding any. And doujins, of course. Yeah, of course doujins are a thing. Yeah, figurines are always expensive. In a rare turn of events, I've actually managed to finish taking care of work ahead of schedule and decide to lean back into my command chair on the Elmo to perform an impromptu session of body and spiritual self-maintenance with my eyes closed. What? Hold on. Okay, body and spiritual self-maintenance with my eyes closed. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Basically, he's meditating. Nobody's disturbed me at this quiet hour of the night, and soon I fall asleep. What? Why does my hand tickle? I raise my hand, but there's nothing wrong with it. When I put it down, however, the tickling starts up again. I open my eyes in a daze and realize that there's a green and black figure in the office room with me, gently caressing my bandaged hand. Yahui? Said figure immediately pulls her hand back. Commander, I was just checking your wound. I'm glad to see that it's recovering well. If there's nothing else, I'll... Was that all you were doing? Then what might those little things be? I rub my eyes and point to a small pile of items that have appeared on my desk out of what seems like nowhere. This is how you get isekai. Let's see. Antibiotic cream, a hand rehabilitation trainer. The slow profile switchblade is pretty sharp. Also, isn't that the latest model of combat gloves and a miniature force field generator? Are these all for me? Yes, these are all gifts for you, Commander. I sincerely apologize for getting you injured during our previous mission. I doubt you came looking for me with all these gifts in hand just to apologize to me, right? Well, maybe it is! Jiai falls silent. Then she stands up straight, like she's finally resolved herself, then looks me in the eye. Yes, I'm here because I'm ready. I'm ready to tell you everything about my past, Commander. Then Jiai lowers her head and begins undoing the straps at her waist. She takes her gauntlets off, then placing it on the table. Then she continues by shredding her arm guard and knife sheath. Finally, her arm and the huge twisted scar on it are fully exposed to me. Okay. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. Because she's like undoing this strap around her waist. I was like, oh, is this going somewhere? Its edges are jagged and the cabling below is exposed. Her synthetic skin is slightly shriveled up from what seems like burning. Jiai grabs her arm and begins to speak. It said wrist? Hold on. Was I being horny for no reason? It did say wrist. Okay. Yeah, I was just being horny, my bad. Commander, do you remember the person we met at the party that day? The woman called Carmilla was once an employer of mine. She ran an art trading company, and I was a bodyguard doll made to her specifications, rolled out from the production line straight into her service as a personal protector. You think Jiai could have been main girl instead of Groza? It's possible. I don't think she would have been the best main girl to choose, though. She loved art, in particular music and old paintings. Every time a client came over, she would play highbrow music on a gramophone and discuss the story of the pieces from her collection with them. No wonder you understand music and art so well. She was proud but generous. I must thank her for what she shared with me. She sounds like a good employer. Things didn't seem good between the two of you, though. May I ask what happened? Was there a problem with her business? Yes, her firm. They dealt in illegal trades. She was much like that broker we were investigating. She made fakes, engaged in price gouging and extortion, coerced people into transactions, that sort of thing. She often had people knocking on her door and demanding their money back, which was why she had a doll custom made for her. But at the time, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know what was right or wrong, and at her command, I got rid of them. By that, I mean, she probably means that she killed them. After that, I ended up meeting some of her clients through a chance encounter during a mission. They were just ordinary people outside the company. I heard what they had to say, and then I realized what I had done. I was protecting a bad person. Jiai squeezes her arm tightly, and then lowers her head. I gently touched her shoulder. Jiai, that's all in the past. You parted ways with her, haven't you? Yeah. After I found out what my employer's actual business was, I told her that I had quit being her bodyguard, which is pretty interesting actually, because if she was custom made just for that person, just for Carmilla, why would she find anything wrong with the business? It's, to be honest, if you want to look at it pragmatically, it seems Carmilla got ripped off. At first, she thought I was joking. Then she realized I was serious and she got mad. She wanted to reset my neural cloud, but I left before she could do it. Naturally, she sent people after me. Jiai smiles thinly as her fingertips graze lightly over her damaged skin and she gazes into the distance. And these scars are left over from that time. I got scammed. It's not enjoyable, clearly defective. Yeah, pretty much. I was badly damaged, my frame was almost completely destroyed, and in the end I was discarded in a junkyard. A passing underground broker rescued me and did some rudimentary repairs to my frame, but fixing my facial expression modules was very expensive, and parts for my arm were hard to come by, which is why these scars were left behind. Afterwards, I did some odd jobs for that broker and made some money, but I decided to keep those scars. I wanted them to serve as an eternal reminder to me to never partake in such wrongs ever again. As for my facial modules, perhaps someone who did bad things like me doesn't deserve to smile all that much. Oh, wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Jeez. Depression much? So that's why you didn't seek repairs. Yes, I began traveling after that, helping people in need. I know I can't change the past, but I am still hoping that I can use that to make up for what I've done before. After that, I met Diane, Zhang Yu, and Fei, and then I came to the Elmo. I thought all these things would remain in the past and I could face my future without fear. But after seeing my employer again that day, I realized they still remain, following me, and it even got you hurt as well, Commander. Jiai squeezes her arm again. The ops room lights shine on her scars and highlight the lost and confused look on her face. Commander, you think I did the wrong thing? Do you want these scars to remain? Jiai clenches her fist. I don't know. I kept these scars to engrave my past to myself. That's how dolls are, after all. If we don't repair our frames, our scars remain forever. They don't heal and fade like humans' wounds do. The same goes for our neural clouds. But now, they've opened up new wounds. Well, if it's causing you that much difficulty, maybe you should try to experience a human injury. I take Jiai's hand and press the scarred appendage onto the back of my hand. Commander, your wound hasn't healed yet. Won't that hurt? What about you? Doesn't it hurt for you too? Of course not. These scars on my hand are all in the past. I don't feel anything from them anymore. Really now. But if you didn't feel anything, then why would you ask me that? Jiai goes silent and I lightly tap my chest. For humans and dolls, the real scars aren't on the body, but on the heart. Wounds on the body can be fixed easily. Wounds of the heart are a different matter. Jiai, take a look. I carefully grasp Jiai's hand and lightly touch the scars there. You only see these scars. Leave them on your body and turn them into the strength that drives you forward. But what you don't see are the scars on your neural cloud. They're there, and they're causing you pain. Pain is your body's way of saying you're hurt. A certain amount of pain serves as a reminder, but too much is nothing but torment. Jiai, you've been running around all these years trying to atone for your past. But I think you've done enough. You suffer too much as it is. Now I'll put my hands together, sandwiching her scarred hands between mine, trying to let her feel the warmth from my palms. I look up at her and speak in a solemn voice. Jiai, I think it's time you let these wounds heal. I'm talking about the ones in your heart too. That's the only way you'll be able to truly move on. Commander, Jiai's hand trembles slightly, or rather, her entire body is trembling. She looks at me, her mouth shifting, then freezing. She looks like she's pent up with emotions, an assortment that I can't tell apart. Confusion, pain, relief? Crap, did I say too much? After all, she's been plagued by these issues for so many years now. Dealing with something like this is going to take some time. I quickly let go. You don't have to rush it, Jiai. That was just a suggestion. You can take your time thinking about the repairs. No, that's not what I meant. Jiai shakes her head. If I can't make you understand with my words and expressions, then... Without saying another word, Jiai suddenly hugs me tightly. Her scarred arms clasp around my shoulders, and while the temperature at night makes her bare skin feel a little cold, I can keenly feel the trust and surrender that lays in her embrace. I guess this should be alright. That night, amidst the sounds of quiet sobbing, I returned Jiai's embrace. Bro, this fucking outfit explodes my neurons every fucking time. The old man wisdom. Man, it has its nice, yeah. Angry Groza in the background. No, apparently they didn't do anything. She just cried on his shoulder. Yeah, that one is interesting. Look at it from the front. No, I think we need to have a bit of precaution here, okay? You know, this is a family stream. I want to use some precaution. But this one is pretty interesting. Because this just confirmed that Jiai was created for this purpose. But she kind of ended up learning that is wrong. And she didn't want to do the job that she was made for. That one is pretty interesting. I don't recall any other doll having that realization before. Minecraft server talking. Yeah. Yeah, I don't recall any Tidal having that realization before. So this is a pretty unique perspective. Last night, Jiai suddenly invited me over to her room to discuss business. This is her room. This afternoon, I showed up at Jiai's room at that point in time. Jiai is already waiting by the door. Good afternoon, Commander. Please come in. Is there a need to be so secretive? Jiai doesn't answer, only invited me to sit down. Then she takes my hand and carefully inspects my prior injury. After ensuring there's no scarring left behind, Jiai finally lets go. Yeah, I was thinking about that actually. I think we will read Diane next. I'm glad it healed well. Otherwise, I had to custom make a glove for you to match mine. Is that still bothering you? It's been so long and the wound healed ages ago. And besides, people always get hurt on the battlefield. Injuries should be avoided, no matter the source. Besides, it was my fault that you got hurt. And that is why I asked you to come here, Commander. Jiai turns on the projector inside her room. It shows a brand new frame, along with detailed annotations. Is this a frame repair plan? Are you finally going to fix those scars of yours? Yes, I made up my mind. Thanks to our chat that day, I managed to figure out a lot of things. In the past, I wanted to keep those scars to remind me not to partake in wrongs ever again. But since you know about that incident, those scars aren't that important anymore, because I know you remind me instead. Also, what you said is true, Commander. Excessive pain is just torment. You're hurt because of these scars, and so if I'm going to continue staying by your side, I should fix these scars and remove any potential risks. I don't want these scars to hurt others, which is why I'll get my body fixed to better help you out. In my opinion, the outfit made her more stacked than she appears. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe that outfit unleashed her power level. After saying her piece, Jiai looks attentively at me. There's a light shining in them which makes me believe that she's truly thought everything through this time. I understand. Turns out we got some left over from our previous assignments, so No, Commander. I'll cover the repair bill myself. Jiai presses her hand down on mine. She looks at me, her faint smile underpinned with hidden determination. You were the one who reached out and took my hand while I was drowning in the pit of myself flagellation and kept me from falling further in. That being the case, I ought to at least rely on my own strength to change myself. Besides, I have a more personal reason for that. There seems to be a strange, awkward shyness hidden in the depths of Jiai's stiff smile. I know you can decipher my expressions very well, Commander. But I hope that someday you'll be able to instantly tell what I'm feeling without having to decipher them. And I hope that I'll be able to give you a proper smile. Alright, if that's what you decided, then I'll look forward to that day. Thank you for placing trust in me, Commander. I'll be looking forward to that day too. So before that, I want to make a souvenir. Jiai stands up and walks over to the wall, then presses the remote control on her room's projector. As she does so, a ray of pale golden light suddenly shines forth, illuminating her tiny room. I see a picture just outside the satellite city at the crack of dawn. The sun is rising on the horizon and daylight is spreading across the world. It's an image I had saved in my neural cloud all this time. That day, I decided to say goodbye to my past, and I saw this lovely sunrise outside the city. And so I chose a new name for myself, Jiai, or Breaking Dawn. Jiai looks at the orb of the brilliant rising sun and smiles again. After positioning a camera to capture the screen, she steps into the projected image, one breaking dawn shining down on another, and waits there quietly looking at me. Would you mind taking a picture with me, Commander? I hope that I can record this smile of mine with you by my side. In the future, once I change to my new frame, we can take another picture together, and this time I'll show my true smile. Is that alright? Of course. I walk towards Jiai. Bathed in golden light, Jiai leans against my shoulder, still smiling stiffly at the camera. As I look at the picture, I can't help letting my imagination run wild. That day, the day when I see Jiai's true smile, will surely come soon. Short and sweet. I like that one. So there is one more. Commander, please come over to my room afterwards. I have something for you. Oh? What is it? You want to know the answer so soon? That might detract from the surprise of properly receiving your gift. Surely a hint won't hurt, right? Well, if you're asking, then I suppose a hint is fine. In fact, it should be okay to tell you all about it. The truth is, I made a vinyl record up for you. That's strange. It's just a vinyl record. Is that so surprising? Does that mean you'll burst into tears upon receiving the real thing, Commander? I was just kidding. I happened to pass by a record store during the previous mission. When I was browsing the records, I suddenly remembered how we went on missions together, how we sparred together, how I asked you to take a look at my knife, and how I performed for you. But I never once listened to music together with you. So you picked out a record for me? Not just that. The song in question is special. This nocturne was supposedly written by a composer for his beloved. As you do. I'm normally a fan of most fast-paced melodies, but when I heard it, I couldn't help think of you. In fact, at that moment, I imagined a scene in my mind. You and I, standing on a grassy knoll, welcoming the golden sunrise and the dawn breeze. A breaking dawn just for the two of us. And so, I bought it without hesitation and brought it back to Diamo. I've been eager to see you listen to it, and to see the look on your face when you do. Of course, since it's a surprise, I added a little something extra to the record. Is it a special performance, or a secret token of affection? You had to come and find out for yourself, Commander. And then they fucked. I'm going to the bathroom. Alright. It's Jiai ASMR. Hold on. He went to goon, I'm sure. No, I did not goon. I went to use the bathroom. Look, I am a well-articulate and classic degenerate. So, Record 1. Initially known as CSLS06, she served as a bodyguard for the boss of an art trading company. However, she left their cause after discovering that they were involved in illicit dealings. A cool, decisive, and relentless adversary of evil. That is the first impression that many have of her. But what lies behind those first impressions, deep within her heart, is an immense, indelible, gift. As the former guardian of someone who turned out to be a villain, she cannot find forgiveness for herself. As such, she is her own worst critic, believing that ignorance serves as no excuse. She seeks to rise above the misdeeds she has committed that plague her very being to the core. To remind herself of her past, she left the scars on her arm and her malfunctioning facial expressions module untouched. And so, CSLS06 disappeared that day, only to give birth to Jiai, a lone warrior journeying across the lands, righting wrongs whenever she encounters them. Her vagrant lifestyle allowed her to accumulate vast experience in solving problems. Eventually, she met Diane, Jiangyu, and Fei. Together, they formed Monsoon Squad, with her as their leader. In the eyes of her teammates, she isn't so scary at all. Rather, she merely is a tad bit too obsessed with the ambience and mood. In the commander's eyes, however, Jiai is less the leader of a band than a righteous warrior who boldly repays any slight or service done unto her. A shining beacon that imparts its light upon this devastated world. So this, we already know through the Affinity stuff. So, let's see what's up next. Record 2. When Monsoon Squad was first formed, Jiai carefully evaluated each member's role whilst looking towards the group's future. Diane, who was, I thought the same thing, Dylan. Diane, who was skilled in playing the goose hang and composing music, was to be the band's main performer. However, her style would sometimes be too soft and limit the directions that their shows could take. Jiangyu was skilled with percussion instruments and impromptu martial arts demonstrations, which allowed her to liven up the mood. Fei wasn't good with musical instruments, but she was quite adept at combat, so she could assist Jiangyu in warming up the audience. After considering the other band members' field of expertise, Jiai ultimately chose to focus on wind instruments. After installing a lung simulation module, she quickly mastered playing the Easy, the Zun, and the Jiao. As for Jiangyu's suggestion, she also recently took up the Suona. Its bright and penetrating tone aligns perfectly with Monsoon's new musical direction for the future. I'm disturbing the neighbors. Sorry. I'll play a lighter score next time. Okay, record 3. Jiai, what should we do now? Jiangyu shouts from behind. Jiai, the situation is urgent. Should we intervene? Diane grabs my shoulder, looking worried. The knife in my hand also seems to be thirsting for battle, but I did not answer, and simply count down my neural cloud. 3, 2, 1. My overheating neural cloud cools down, and rationality prevails over impulsivity. After writing my calculations again, I reach out and hold Jengu and Diane back. Don't move just yet. The enemy is clearly trying to provoke us. It might be a trap. 20 seconds later, Faye, who has circled around to the other side in advance, discovers an ambush. Of course, it's no longer qualified as ambush at this point. The battle ends faster than anticipated. Wow, Jiai, that was all thanks to you just now. But how are you able to stay calm when faced in such a situation? How, you ask? I count down to 3 in my neural cloud. 3, 2, 1. When faced with a difficult choice in my urgent situation, it's best to wait 3 seconds to avoid acting rashly. I call it the 3-second buffer. Alright, so she has pretty good leadership roles. She's cool under pressure. Record 4. Jiai was not her original name. Instead, she only had the codename CSLS06. After being severely damaged by her pursuers, LS06, deemed to be completely wrecked, was discarded at a scrap recycling station. There, she was discovered by a little girl named Amita. Amita picked up the battered doll, considering her an upfront investment. Hey, I fixed part of your frame. Now you're my investment. Do you want to work with me? I'm Amita, and I'm going to be the top underground broker in this region. What about you? What's your name? Faced with the little girl's enthusiastic greeting, the doll stiffly looked at the scars on her hand. Thank you. You can call me CSLS06. CSLS06 stayed by Amita's side, helping with deliveries, occasionally doing odd jobs in the satellite city, and helping Amita's friends in her free time. CSLS06 never brought up her past around Amita, but Amita knew that CSL06 must be very incapable. Traversing across the satellite city for deliveries was no easy task, yet there were never any issues with goods that she delivered. And then one day it happened. Amita had offended a competitor and found herself surrounded by a group of people. Fortunately, CSLS06 arrived just in time to rescue Amita, but her true identity was revealed in the process. It was then that Amita learned about CSLS06's past. But that only made Amita admire CSLS06 even more. You'd rather be scrapped than serve your evil ex-boss? That's so awesome! Originally, Amita wanted to move to the contamination zone together with CSLS06 in order to escape her competitor's vengeance. She was excited to plan a new business. As an underground broker, he always had to venture into the contamination zones. However, CSLS06, man, I'm getting tired of saying that, soon told Amita that she had to decide to leave. The contamination zone was still far too dangerous for Amita at the moment. In the end, CSLS06 escorted Amita to another safer satellite city and formally bid her farewell. You're really leaving? I still want to keep working with you. Yes, the girl nodded. I want to help more people, like a knight errant, traveling where the wind leads me. Okay, since you've already made up your mind, I won't object anymore. I'll miss you though. Amita lowered her head somewhat dejectedly, but then suddenly shouted excitedly, "Oh right, if you're going to travel around the world, why not pick a cooler name?" A name? CSLS06 looked up into the distance, at the edge of the satellite city, where both the road and the night ended. The sun was rising. Then, my name shall be Jiai. The name is a mouthful, yes. Thanks a lot, White Fox. I appreciate that. Alright. Record number 5. At least we know more about her past a bit more. Apparently, Amita was like A young girl? Probably a teenager? For a period of time, a rumor circulated throughout the Elmo. It went something like this. There is a ghost of a mysterious warrior inside the training room. If you throw a dagger, needle, or some other weapon of assassination into the dark training room when the clock strikes 12, the ghost will return the gesture with an equally swift blade, accompanied by eerie background music. At first, Mei Ling was so frightened by this rumor that she didn't dare to stay up at night, and even had to drag Krolik along when passing by the training room at night. Then one day, Krolik couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the training room. But when she turned on the lights, she found that it was just Jiai practicing her swordsmanship. So why exactly do you have to practice in the middle of the night while playing this creepy music? Even in the face of Krolik's fury, Jiai remained completely calm, grasping a long blade in her hands. Well, isn't it more atmospheric this way? Martial arts masters always make their entrance by stepping out in the night after all. Also, let me correct you. The music you heard just now was a soundtrack from a classic wuxia movie. The protagonist's stance when fighting along the Tangdao is very much worth referencing. Would you like to watch that movie with me, Krolik? Alright, so she likes to practice in the dark. You know, it's interesting. I think Jiai and Krolik would actually get along. She's a broker after all? Possibly. Who knows? It could be the broker that we saw like in chapter 6, I think. That could have been a reference. One afternoon, Jiai suddenly came to see me. Commander, which of these animals is better at keeping secrets? A cat or a dog? I was a bit confused, but Jiai's serious expression made me ponder the question with similar seriousness. No, not Saja. It's someone else. Logically speaking, neither cats nor dogs are good at keeping secrets. Well, the answer is a cat, because if you let the cat out of the bag, everyone will know the secret. But your reasoning is sound, Commander. I'll make note of this. I'll make a note that this one didn't land. She muttered something under her breath and then looked back at me. Okay, Commander, which animal is better at keeping quiet? A lion or a mouse? I don't really see the link between the animals and keeping quiet. Anyway, why are there... why are we talking about animals again? Mr. Raymond? No. No, she's unnamed. You hear her over the radio. Well, the theme of all the jokes I found today was animals, but judging by your reaction, they weren't very amusing, so I deleted them from my database. That's just outright. Do you still want to know the punchline? Looking at Jiai's serious face, I couldn't help but sigh. There's no need for that, and Jiai, you seem to really enjoy telling these corny jokes, don't you? Yes, people tend to think I'm mean-mugging them because of the issues with my facial expression module. Someone suggested that mild humor might help clear the air and create a friendly atmosphere. It usually works. Really? But that doesn't seem necessary for you, Commander. Jiai's expression softens. After all, there's no need to break the ice when we know each other this well, right? Jiai knocks on the door in the ops room. Commander, do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. Jiai walks into the ops room and sits down. Then she presents some kind of proposal. Feasibility report on the Monsoon Squad performing a small-scale concert on the Elmo and recruiting new members. Huh? I quickly browsed through the files on the tablet. There's no problem with the performance. The Elmo's budget has been in the black recently, and everyone has been busy for quite a while. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to relax. However, I pointed to the blank space in the words after the words, prospective new members, in the report. Why is this left empty? You couldn't find any suitable members? Jiai doesn't answer, but the corners of her lips curl up slightly. Seeing Jiai's calm expression, I decided to crack a joke. You don't expect me to put my name in there, don't you? Well done, Commander. Jiai's eyes reveal a hint of amusement. I've analyzed the roles of each person in the Monsoon Squad. We have members who can handle string instruments, wind instruments, percussion instruments, and dancing. Now we just need a lead vocalist. Commander, you've been through many battles and you are highly skilled. In addition, your stage presence and lung capacity are more than adequate for the position. There is no doubt that you are the ideal candidate for the lead vocalist position. How about it, Commander? Would you like to seriously consider my proposal? So, she wants the commander to be a lead singer. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see that. Be so funny. Number 8. Definitely in shambles. Hold on, I'm thinking of a meme. I wonder if I can find it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a quick search, and if it doesn't show up, I'm not going to look for it. Is this it? Hold on. Yeah, we're memeing now. Ooh, I think this is it. Maybe. Let me see. I just need to load first. No, YouTube. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I wonder if the commander has pipes like this. The commander should sing.
Leopold!
Oh, hold on. It's not done yet. Yeah, that's dedication right there. Like, I wonder if the commander can pull that off, considering how talented he is and everything else. It's gonna die. I don't know, for some reason I just thought of that. Like, that made the commander as the lead singer. They should protect that man. Alright, record 8. If we actually do that to the commander, she actually would. On a sunny afternoon, Jiai invited me to her room. I saw an orderly array of melee weapons laid upon the rack of the wall, each gleaming with cold light. Jiai looked down, carefully stroking the blade of one of the long swords. This is the first time I've invited someone to view my collection. What do you think, Commander? Is there anything that catches your eye? I picked up one of the weapons and slowly drew it from its sheath. Its edge had a light, oily sheen. You take good care of it. Good eye, Commander, Jiai said with a faint smile. Swords are prone to rusting, so I often oil and wipe them down in my spare time. However, the weather in the yellow zone is very dry, so maintenance has become much easier since I came to the Omo. This is... A small, exquisite knife caught my attention. It had a oblong turquoise sheath, a sleek guard, and a black grip. It looked very familiar, but the engraving on the sheath was that my name? Upon seeing me pick up the knife, Jiai blushed slightly, a rare sight. That particular model of knife handles quite well, so I took the liberty of commissioning a copy of it for you. And I had your name engraved on it as well. If you like it, please take it. No, based on what I know of you, Commander, you won't say no, will you? Dandelion would be bugs that animation, that's true. This is pretty cute. I say this is as cute as Ulrid. Ulrid giving that fucking pig to the commander. It's like, hey Commander, I know she's stressed all the time. Here, take this. And she's all smiling with the handing him the pig. And the commander's like, oh yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, definitely. Jiai gets rizzed up, Ulrich gets rizzed up. It's like all these new dolls are like, this commander person is pretty suspicious. Having all these dolls around, and then they just get caught up in the harem too. All right, next up is Diane. I actually am very curious about Diane's Affinity story. Great. This is a damn good outfit, by the way. A pretty cool guy, yeah. As the last piece comes to a close, so does the gala. I applaud until the conclusion of the curtain call. The attendees disperse and I begin to follow suit. You came, Commander. Diane calls out to me, stepping away from my instrument. She makes a beeline straight for me rather than retiring like the other performers. Jeffrey event is pretty much not sure I can stay on the Ummel and wire all of my teammates. Yeah, true. How do you manage to level up their affinities to the max to a lot of dolls? So, fun fact, I have leveled up a number of affinities myself, and to be completely honest, it is pretty easy. You just do the events and buy all the I forgot what they're called, but they're basically those affinity items. Like, just buy all of them, and you can keep up with everyone pretty easily, even as a free-to-play. But I'm also using a different account because there's some characters I just didn't get because I'd rather save for other characters. So this account is from one of the viewers here actually, and I really appreciate that. But yeah, it's honestly very easy to max out everyone. I was a little late because of work, but I managed to hear a full piece. In old days, we shoved dolls full of kicks. True, actually. Oh, hold on. Before we continue, I gotta find that. I gotta find that meme. Where is it? Yeah, easy. Found it easily. Yeah, this was basically how it worked out in Girls Frontline 1. Like, if you want to get like, it's actually super important to get max affinity for everyone in Girls Frontline 1. So this is how it basically was. For basically everyone you want to get max affinity for. Gets obliterated by cheaper to cannon. Here's some cakes. You need 50 cakes. You need 50 cakes if you don't fuck up. If you do fuck up, you need a lot more. Diane smiles gently upon hearing my words. Then, what did you think of my performance, Commander? Fluid in motion, effortless in execution. Just about anyone would rate it an excellent performance. But I hesitate for a moment. Seeing the earnest look in Diana's eyes, I decided to be honest. That last segment was a little different from what I usually hear. Did you make a mistake? Ah, so you could tell. I can never get anything past you, Commander. Lately, I have felt a sense of inaptitude while playing. I must say, though, that you have a certain musical talent, Commander. No one else could tell, you see. It's not as impressive as you say. With how many times you've played that piece for me, it would be humiliating if I couldn't. How good do you think Diane is at moving her body? Egyptian good. Yeah, I'll say that much. You haven't heard me play her in some time, and yet you still remember so clearly. However, given how many times you heard of it, Commander, will you not try playing it yourself? How did the conversation turn to this? I look past Diane's expectant countenance towards the goose hang behind her. It is a perfect match for her disposition, but I am not so sure if it will suit me the same way. If you are not fond of the goose hang, Commander, I have a cursory knowledge of other instruments. Wouldn't it be a shame to not at least try with the talents you have? I suppose a try can't hurt. When I return my senses, I'll find myself seated before the instrument with a plethora upon my fingers. A plethora. I'm pretty sure I didn't mean like a pick. Typically, a doll does not need sheet music in front of them when playing, as they simply run their performance programs. However, in front of me is a real, solid piece of paper, and I begin to stiffly pluck the strings according to its score. Commander, if you're so stiff, the music will make you be stiff as well. Diane leans downward as she stands behind me, laying her fingers on my shoulder and reminding me to relax my body. That goes for your fingers as well. Do not put in so much force. We are not on the battlefield. Her hands depart from my shoulders, but soon arrive upon my fingers, helping me adjust my stance. Are you nervous, Commander? Your hands are positively rigid. Here we go, alright? Her gentle voice intermittently rings out in my ear, and I begin to play as she instructs me. Yes, just like so. Both hands together. Make sure to keep up to the tempo, Commander, or the sound will cut in and out. As I would expect of you, Commander, you're a fast learner. If you were to relax a little, though, the effect would be much better. Diane's aid and ministrations are akin to her movements and performance, like flowing water. With her help, I make my way through the first segment of the piece, but this only makes me grow more confused. Would Diane really make a mistake, like playing the wrong note at her level? Is that what you're really thinking about right now? Come on, man. That's not what's in her head right now. This is the first time I've ever instructed someone else in playing. I must say, it elicits a certain feeling of accomplishment. Are you tired as well, Commander? Or we take a break? Not quite. This is rather interesting after all. Before I finish speaking, Diane brings forth a plate of snacks along with a cup of steaming tea. I happen to make some snacks, Commander. Will you have a taste while we rest? Are some people really capable of doing such things like magic tricks? No, Commander, here. Perhaps it's because she often takes care of her younger sister, but I feel like I am being tended to even when she is with me. Exactly so, as Diane delivers a pastry to my lips. I'll be okay to handle myself. I take the pastry into my hand and gulp it in one gulp. Beneath the pastry is a soft filling, sweet to the perfect degree, with a natural fragrance. Is it to your taste? Diane seems to deduce my approval from my expression, smiling as she gazes directly at me. These are delicious. It took quite some time to make all this, right? Time passed quickly for me when I imagined your expression as you tasted them. Commander, you haven't been eating properly, have you? You didn't eat anything at the banquet just now either. In any case, it's most important for you to be able to relax. What if I didn't show up today, despite all the preparations you made? I knew you would come and watch today, so I made preparations, and even thought out how I would get you to stay. Diane lightly caresses the goosing strings. Could it be that the statement just then was an intentional act? I see. You got too far from me. Ah, Commander, I only wanted you to relax and spend some time with you. And I might have tried a little too hard. I may not be so suited to such things. Have I upset you, Commander? No, never. I should thank you. Instead, I am indeed feeling a bit more relaxed. Diane lets out a breath of relief, smiling tenderly as she looks at me. Then, Commander, if you ever feel like having more of these snacks or learning more of the goosing, please speak to me at any time. I will be waiting for you, always. Yeah, so she's doing a Groza, more or less. Hey, it's Helena. Commander, more play! As I tried to leave the lounge for the third time, Helena ties me down yet again. I've seen no lack of action in the field and have had a fair share of close calls, but in the brief space of 2 hours, accompanying Helena has brought me an unimaginable fatigue. I need to calm down and fight back the fatigue, and I must watch my expression as well. I can't have her crying again. She still exists? Yeah, I'm actually thinking about that. When would this take place in the story? Actually, yeah, when would this take place in the story? Good question. Oh, I have to really think about that and see if there's any contradictions. Because it could be far into the future, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, this could be very far into the future. I need to calm down and fight back the fatigue, and I must watch my expression as well. I can't have her crying again. We'll play more tomorrow, Helena. It's time to rest. His eyes immediately begin to droop at my words, and sadness overtakes her countenance. I make my expression stern, not backing down. Go rest. Commander, hate! If you really hate this, let go of my clothes. Hey, Commander, not going! She clings to my clothes tightly. I sigh, letting her do as she desires, lest she hurt herself as I struggle out of it. Linda's mom is crying. Helena, let go of my clothes. It's time to rest. Clearly, my powerless words have little effect. Helena even begins to sob lightly. As I find myself out of options, a gentle voice comes from behind me, changing the atmosphere in the room in an instant. Ah, it's Helena and the Commander. What are you doing here so late? I turn around to see Diane's lit countenance. Using that word a lot, countenance. As you can see, Colfine is out on field work, and there's no one else to take care of Helena. She's attached herself to me. I can't say I've ever seen you in such an unseemly state before, Commander. Might I help? Of course. She nods in acknowledgement, then crouches before Helena. She reaches out with a hand and wipes away Helena's tears. Diane! You must be lonely without Colfine here, right? How about I play with you, Helena? I want Commander! Yes, of course, Commander will be with us. I would rather have her at least ask me first. Helena immediately beams, though, and I swallow my words in my throat as she puts her joy on full display. Helena, we didn't finish that story last time, did we? Shall we continue? Yeah! Listen to the song, too. Diane, don't pamper her that much. Diane pats Helena on the head, maintaining the approachable smile on her face. You sure do like music, Helena. Tell me, which song's your favorite? I'll sing it for you. Yay, Commander, sing too! I'll sit this one out. Diane rises, taking Helena by the hand, who, in her own right, does not fail to cling onto me. We move into this uncommon formation towards the lounge's sofas. Helena may have confined me here, but with Diane's storytelling and singing by at the side, Helena disturbs me no longer. The fatigue that comes with taking care of a child hits me like a wave. Huh? And I fell asleep. Sorry, Diane. Suddenly awake, I began to apologize to Diane, but I immediately feel a warm fingertip upon my lips. Shh, Commander, quiet now. An honest demonstration of my understanding. At some point, Helena had fallen asleep on Diane's lap. I shuffled a bit closer, listening to Helena's even breathing. Her lips curl upward in her sleep, surely savoring a fine dream. Diane looks down, look at Helena, reaching out to tidy up her hair. I did not regard Diane as such close distance often. Under the warm light, her always smiling face appears especially tender. Even the air itself seems to heat up a little. As soon as she has sent my gaze, Diane raises her head, meeting my eyes directly as her smile grows wider. She delicately lowers her voice, like the touch of a spring breeze. I'll take Helena back to her room. I'll come with you. I just remember Melanie says, yeah, she does. You really were a great help today, Diane. Make sure you take tomorrow off and rest. No need to worry about the holiday scheduling. Holidays. Well, I should say that you have never assigned me any particular arduous work, Commander. Hey, Frank's Ferret, how's it going? You should think of yourself more, Commander. Good work today, and good work on taking care of Helena, too. So, Commander, you're up next. I'm up? A tired commander ought to be comforted, too. I will prepare a late-night meal. Would you like to eat something? Speak of it, it's true I haven't been able to have dinner yet. Or would you like a bath first, Commander? You had that prepared as well. No, I won't trouble you with that today. Gotta say such things, Commander. I don't think it's troublesome at all. Rather, I am glad that I have the experience from taking care of Jiai to help you in such ways. And Diane suddenly stops as if something had appeared in her mind. She quickly closes her mouth, somewhat embarrassed. And how do I put it? It's just looking at the way you two were sleeping together just then. The thought made me so happy. Like we were a real family. Everyone on the Elmo is like a family. That's why I can't have you working with me this late at night. Is that so? Perhaps that's to be expected of you. Very well then. Please do give me a day of your time when you're not busy, Commander. Expecting my agreement, Diane approaches me, the smile still on her face. I will. It's like, we were like a family. Yeah, the entire Elmo's a family. She's like, that's not what I meant! It's 3, right? Yeah. The messages from Diane cause a pang of guilt from deep inside. 3 new messages. Don't forget about our plans today, Commander. I've already begun the preparations. I hope you will be happy with my new piece. Message received at 10 a.m. Still not ready, Commander? Please don't rush. I will wait for you. Message received at 3 p.m. Commander, the mission in your hands must be difficult, right? I understand and wish you the best. Please return safely. Message received 5 hours ago. Mentals. So funny. Yeah, we lived that Groza story, which is pretty spicy. We've finished Jiai, and now we're on Diane. The guilt inside me expands endlessly. I look at the time, and the clock strikes midnight. It is already the day after, and it appears I have no chance of being able to follow up on that agreement. I'm sorry, Diane. She ought to have already retired by now, but I should still go and have a look. I agreed, after all. Perhaps driven by guilt, I moved towards Diane's dorm. A mellifluous strain of music can be heard. That's the sound of Diane playing? I continue forward to find Diane seated before her instrument. Just as I raise my hand to knock the door, I hear a movement, a jumble sound. Diane playing the wrong note again, and a mistake far greater than before. Indeed, I'm all thrown off. Is it because of the commander or some other matter? You think so too? Diane lowers her head as she asks the instrument by her side, as if speaking to herself. Eavesdropping is hardly a good habit. I clear my throat, making my presence known. Commander, you're here. Were you waiting for me? Diane stands out to welcome me into the room. She wears her usual gentle smile, with nary a hint of dejection or anger. Yes, I have been waiting for you, Commander, and now I have what I wanted. Aren't you angry? Would you like me to be upset? Oh, I had to put some effort into that. You know what I mean, Diane, our agreements. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so late. There was an accident on the mission today. Please don't say such things, Commander. The accident wasn't your fault. You worked hard today. Already. Rather than arguments and rhetoric, you're more in need of something else, am I right? I sit down on the sofa, and Diane places herself next to me, gently massaging my shoulders. Your muscles are stiff, Commander. You want to eat anything? I can prepare it for you. No need. I'll be off after a bit of rest. You won't get any proper rest that way, Commander. As she speaks, Diane's arms coil around my neck. Were it anyone but Diane, I would suspect that they were trying to pull me into a headlock. But in the next moment, all such thoughts disappear as I slowly fall over, my head coming into contact with something warm, soft, and richly supple. Stay and rest here for a while, Commander. Tell me if you need anything. Okay. His mind is only thinking about William, of course. Yeah, that's why he was able to break Jiao Hui's gauntlets. It's because he thought about William, and he was like, William! Then he punched at the gauntlets, and they all broke. Jing Yu's quite fond of lying on my legs and listening to me hum a tune too. Whenever those days will roll around, she'd sleep like a baby. So that's why you can put Helena to sleep so quickly. It might not just be Helena, Commander. Do you not feel relaxed, Commander? Don't bunch me in with those two little kids. Diane smiles from ear to ear, gently stroking my hair with a hand. Diane. What is it, Commander? Are you not going to play your new piece today? Ah. Apologies, Commander. I promise I'm not being petty because you are late. It's for personal reasons. The same reason as a few days ago when you were feeling inept? Even without me saying it directly, Diane knows full well that I meant the jumbled sounds that came for her instrument a few moments ago. More or less, yes. Don't worry, you have no combat assignments the next week, only logistics and internal affairs on the Elmo. You'll have some more time to mull over your problems. Commander, even I must reprimand you in a time like this. Are you not indulging me far too much? I'm just guessing at your thoughts. You would rather spend your time on creative efforts than combat, right? You said you wanted to pick up the musical arts again when you left Griffin, didn't you? Monsoon has been going around, traveling and creating as well. Yes, I can never get anything past you, Commander. I am grateful for your considerations, for never assigning me to too many combat operations. This goozing is important to you, isn't it? It was the only thing I had my name before I joined Griffin. And so I immediately thought of it after Griffin restructured, and I no longer had to be on the battlefield. Perhaps I could start with becoming a performer. Perhaps this is a strange thing for me to say, considering that I am a doll, but in the process of performing and creating, I felt something more beautiful than survival itself. Human sentiments that I cannot stop myself from cherishing and spreading in music. Especially in times when I cannot see you, Commander. Even my own emotions can become creative material. Diane gently articulates as I gradually relax in the mellow atmosphere, becoming sleepier and sleepier. I have already failed to make it to the occasion more than once, though, and now I have a rare chance to speak with her. I should try to not stay awake and not ruin her enjoyment. Diane. The ammo is in Griffin. I want the dolls to be more than T-dolls. They should have their own preferences and habits, and be able to live how they like. I think that would make anyone happy. Though humans often do not get to choose. In any case, no need to think about it too much. My eyelids began to feel heavy as I yawn. Ah, Commander, you're sleepy, aren't you? You're tired, right? Don't act like I'm a child. I start to mumble somewhat. I can feel my very lips becoming unwieldy. Sorry, Commander. I've been the only one talking. Please do not mind me and rest well. I will be by your side. Good night, Commander. Those are the last words I hear. I succumb to fatigue, but before I slip into unconsciousness, I vaguely feel a soft blanket draped over me. I faintly detect a soothing refrain, flawlessly played. Suddenly, a good night of sleep is in order with such peace and ease in the air. Commander, it's time for me to return to the battle, isn't it? You think the Commander is a warmonger and feels more comfortable in combat. He does feel more comfortable in combat, and that's because he has been in combat for so long. And I've seen too much death and too much blood that he has become numb to it. But he is also self-aware. That's actually the reason why he did exile himself, because he wanted the dolls to be able to live decent lives without being pulled on the battlefield over and over again. Because the dolls in Griffin did die for him a lot, and one of those things that always tore him apart is that the dolls were always so willing to do that for him, even though he never really wanted that. So you can see the exiling of himself as a way to apologize to all the dolls, even though the dolls did not want that, not even a little bit. The dolls always wanted to stay with them. Like, for instance, you have Diane here saying like, yeah, even though I became a performer, I still want to be a soldier for you. But I think the stronger example is Springfield, because Springfield actually got her dream job, and she made roots in the city, and she became a really popular cafe holder, manager. But she got rid of all that just so that she can go back and fight with the Commander. And stuff like that, the Commander hates. He hates that a lot. But he doesn't hate the dolls for doing that. It's more like he hates himself because he feels like he's taking advantage of the dolls. But it's one of those things where he just kind of has to get over, because the more he rejects the dolls, the more the dolls feel estranged and hurt by that rejection. So it becomes a catch-22. It's a nice drama. I can't help but Springfield Cafe is just a front. It is a front, but it is a true, legitimate cafe. But I say her real job is an information broker. Operation complete. Everyone return to the Elmo. After ensuring that everyone received the message, I get up to make preparations for our return. Good work, Commander. I prepared tea. Would you like any? Just where did you get these cups? Within the vessel far too delicate to be found upon a battlefield, a warm cup of Longines tea gives off its fragrance. Don't worry, Commander. These cups are fairly sturdy. They are quite suited to outdoor usage. Jeez. I finished the cup in one gulp and hand the cup back to Diane. Better than I expected. You see, you've been out on assignment with me so much recently, but still had time to make this? I do not work on internal affairs anymore, but I can still make time to aid you, Commander. To my knowledge, you haven't played the cuisine in a while. If my words, Diane seemed to be pleasantly surprised. Commander, do you wish to hear me play? I only wish for you to do what you enjoy. That I am. Staying by your side, Commander. Oh, all right. If you ever want for anything, please tell me. It is rare that you inquire such, Commander. After return to the Elmo, I'd like to perform a piece for you. I checked my schedule to find the rest of my day empty, and tomorrow is even my day off. Commander, even while out on the field work, my musical skills have not declined. And the new piece I prepared for you happens to be ready. Won't you have a listen, Commander? Perfect. I don't have any other arrangement today. Erotic dance. So to say, I'll listen. We chat on our way back to the Elmo, finding ourselves back on board before we had realized it. I imagine the Elmo can have room to run a cafe shop. Our cafe lounge. They're, at least according to what we saw in the previews for the new dorm system, there will be a cafe, and Springfield will man it. In front of me are neatly prepared snacks, and the dolls who prepared them sits before her goose. I took the initiative in inviting you, but I can't help but be nervous. It is rare to see you nervous before a performance. No one else has heard this piece yet, after all. Reading it has taken me quite some time as well. Quite some time? Yes, from when you left Griffin. Perhaps it was due to the days where you were nowhere in sight, and nowhere in sight were troubling long, and my mood fluctuated often. After countless adjustments, endless changes, I finally came to be happy with it recently. Recently? I think back to the events that have recently transpired and what might have helped her conquer this difficulty. Do you remember, Commander? Some time ago, I would often make mistakes as I played. Yes, it was quite a departure from your usual technique. It's because of you, Commander. Sorry? No, I don't mean to accuse you. I mean to say that while I played, my emotions, I let them influence me, which caused all those mistakes. And those strange emotions came from you, Commander. When you are not with me, I cannot help but be unsettled. When I saw you again, however, those bitter emotions would turn into happiness. Very much like the joy a human might feel after consuming sugar. I searched through the files, and humanity seems to call this feeling pining for someone. After she finishes the sentence, the countenance falls into a rare, almost vulnerable state. A redness claims her cheeks, and one can reasonably doubt whether her frame is indeed in good working order. For a doll, such emotions border on being a malfunction. Perhaps these emotions are unnatural, but these strange feelings urge me to create, to express myself. I remember you once lamented that you could not create a piece of music with soul. This might be a good chance. Play, Diane. I am sure that these emotions have a better outlet than mere words. Yeah, she is down bad. Yes, I understand, Commander. Then, this piece is dedicated to you. Diane lightly bows, beginning her performance. Symphonious music flows forth from Diane's fingertips. Her performance is pristine as always, but in this piece, I feel countless different emotions. Interminable longing, dejection and sorrow, then a jump to a brisk, happy tempo. The separations are clear, but the piece flows perfectly, and anyone who hears this piece would no doubt be moved by its emotion. Diane, what's on your mind? I cannot help but guess at the performer's thoughts, but I only find Diane, gentle gaze settled on me. At the piece end, she curtsies again, and I applaud from the bottom of my heart. She looks towards me, moisture welling up in her eyes. The music you want to make is within your grasp, Diane. Commander, it makes me happy to hear that from you, because commending this piece is like commending my sentiments. That piece is for you and you alone. All of the emotions, moods inside are all from me to you. Did you feel it? This is an experience I shall only ever have once, never to be imitated. So there will not be another piece. I shall never write a piece like it again. I see. I did not wish to interject with your decision making, but continuing to pursue music might as well be more suited to you than operations out in the field. Even I would feel sorry for you if that never comes to be. I once thought that performing was my dream and where my true value laid. It isn't any longer? It remains my dream, but it is not what is most important to me. Commander, do you still not see? Diane takes a step forward, approaching and locking eyes with me again. See what? If I am not by your side, how can I touch the strings with a heart at ease? You, Commander, and these immeasurably precious feelings are the treasures I want to cherish, to hold close. If you have need, I can be the string's soft song or its sharp edge. I do not care which stream I must take. As the words come out of her very mouth, Diane shies away a little, covering a faint smile. I might as well have just confused. I might have just confused you. Oh wait, I think you meant to say, I might be very confused. Can you fulfill my wishes then, Commander? Commander, I wish to be by your side like I once have, from now and forever onwards. Somewhere in the Groza is setting up for a new chair. What do you want? Did we just do this one? No, okay. Commander, were today's refreshments to your taste? They were delicious, as you always make them. Though I don't imagine you came to speak to me for that reason alone. You're always sharp, Commander, both on and off the battlefield. Oh, and yes, this is Dylan's account. He's reversing the NTR. T-Fat, Groza can't... Oh, we don't want her to do that. No. No, we don't want that. There's no need for that. Groza's a good girl, a good waifu. Besides, she might actually be the only one winning. Like, they made it fairly obvious that those two are banging, and they haven't made it fairly obvious with anyone else. So she might actually be winning. In truth, I have prepared something today. Like a scarf or a pair of gloves. I sewed myself, huh? And Commander, how did you know? Earlier today, I saw Cheng Yu showing off a pair of new gloves. Really? Vixis made these for me. Awesome, aren't they? That's what she said. Then the surprise I prepared to become a wash. I really am not suited to such things. Actually, I was still surprised. I thought they were for Jiang Yu only. You see, the scarf and gloves I made for you aren't quite like Jiang Yu's. I sewed on them the initials of our names. Oh, that's cute. I pray that when you are cold, these gifts might bring you some comfort, and I pray that whether you are in warmth or cold, you will think of me and would have me by your side. Please remember that if you ever have need, I shall be with you for whatever you need. I suppose that this is a little selfish request of mine. Please, let me be Charles for just a little. I only have the chance to be like this when I'm with you. That's cute. So here, have a scarf and some gloves with my initials on them. Now let's fuck. I gotta be faded towards the chair. Alright. Now the records. I thought it would be a toothbrush. No, they got rid of that. Honestly, they laid it on pretty thick. But I guess people may be confused as to why these are so heavily romantic. So one thing we have to keep in mind is, well, people, you may not actually know this, but the whole Covenant thing does have a mechanic to it, lore-wise. Basically, if the commander doesn't spend time with all the T-dolls that he put a ring on, they will eventually go crazy and out of control. More or less. That's more or less what it means. Isn't the Covenant things like semi-canon? There's no reason to believe it's not canon, I guess you can say. Wait, what? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, what was Perska thinking? It was experimentation. Aren't they already out of control? Out of horny control? Yes, but this makes it more so. The Covenant ring will keep them sane? No. The Covenant ring is what amplifies their horniness, more or less. So basically, if the commander does not spend time with whoever he covenants, they will eventually go crazy from horniness. More or less, that's what it means. There was a cutscene involving that, but I think it's a one-time only cutscene, so I can't pick it up again. Yes, that is the message that Mailing reads from Persica. Yeah, Persica basically tells the commander to spend time with the ones that you oath, otherwise they will get horny. A horny fluey virus, yeah. And that And honestly, that probably explains why Fukai hacked into every T-doll while drunk, because she was pissed off from the commander being dense. Tried up has some mommy. Okay, record time. Okay. Record 1. After Griffin's restructuring, Type 95 decided to leave her life of combat after losing her commander. She then changed her name back to the one she used as a performer doll, Diane. Once she left Griffin, Diane picked up her old dream again, which was to play the Guzeng. With the Guzeng as her companion, she set out on a journey of travel and creation. Deep down, she hoped that the commander would reappear and reunite with her when she reached the next leg of her journey. Alas, reality was often different from one's hopes and dreams. Diane was unable to make enough to support herself through performing, and her introverted nature did not help her fit into society. Just as she started to really feel lost, Jiai, Diane's little sister, returned to her side. The pair then met Jiai by pure coincidence, which is true. That's in the dusty memories. Which caused the three to start traveling together and form Monsoon Squad. Faye was added as a new member later on. Diane was gentle and even-tempered inside and out, so it was extremely rare to see her arguing with anyone. However, she insisted on her perspective when it came to music and culture. Diane believed that music was a purely spiritual expression that carried the weight of the people's most profound emotions and feelings. Time waited for no one, and it passed quickly no matter what. Not only did Diane want to spread the treasures of music, but she also wanted to create music that was truly heartfelt, to awaken the people who had been increasingly numbed to the passing of years, to awaken precious emotions and sentimentalities that had been long forgotten. Have you done Jiai yet? I have, yes. So that would make it a ton worse if Commander put a ring on Florence. Yeah, pretty much. I had decided to leave Griffin. Type 95 finally made a decision on the Type 97's urging after Griffin's restructuring. Big sis, you submitted your request that fast? Yes, there's not much meaning in staying here since I've already made my decision. I want to see the world, not just run around on the battlefield. I'm sorry, 97. I'm afraid you'll really have to stay at Griffin by yourself this time. Type 95's detail-oriented personality was definitely more suited for housekeeping work and not the battlefield. But her decision did not stem from a desire to avoid combat, nor did she feel weary at battle. She just didn't want to fight solely for survival. The commander who had guided her all along, the one who was her musée, and the person who gave meaning to all the fights and struggles she went through, was gone. If there was no common goal to fight for, she would lose her confidence and conviction in working numbly at Griffin. Other than your sudden apology, I'm more surprised that you are not regretting this already. Regret? I've already packed my luggage. Oh, you're joking, right? I didn't see you packing anything at all, big sis. I'm fine with just this Guzeng. Type 95 smiled, caressing Type 97's head. I do not plan to settle anywhere, so it is better to travel light if I plan to roam the world. Losing the one who directed her, Type 95 decided to pick up her old dream again, to play the Guzeng, which had become her solace. This is looking a lot like Record 1. And she believed that if she just roamed through city to city, then perhaps one day... Big sis, you're really not going to try to find a commander by traversing the entire world, are you? Even if you find a commander, Type 95 understood. Even if she found a commander, their reunion may be limited, yet she wished to feel the commander's presence again, even if she was just for a few minutes, even if they could only look at each other from afar. She smiled like she always did, and did not answer 97's question. She then took out a book with over 300 pages named Emergency Handbook and presented to Type 97 in a ceremonious manner. How about letting us help you in my place from now on? Yeah, so all this really means is that Diane was like ultra down bad. Like, she was probably as down bad as Macchiato, if not worse. Or maybe they were all equally down bad. Kukai, Diane, and Macchiato, equally down bad. They're both in the yandere tier, the yandere tiers. Diane abandons everything to find the commander. Kukai messages the commander like literally once every day for 10 years straight. And Macchiato just like thinks about him and curses his name forever until she finally meets him and is like, oh, fuck me. Alright, record 3. Other genres? The reality was that Monsoon Squad's income was not ideal, which caused members to seriously consider the idea of looking into other genres of music. For example, Diane asked her squad mates for suggestions while she tried to quell the unease in her as much as possible. She involuntarily recalled that there were some dolls back in Griffin who liked to listen to heavy metal? How about that? Maybe it'll actually suit me pretty well. Wanna try, Big Sis? Jingy just happened to say the one thing that Diane was most worried to hear. Diane was hesitant. With our current instruments, I'm not too sure if we can pull that off, even if we follow the sheet music. Then you have underestimated my Guzeng, Big Sis. Jingy held her Guzeng like she was holding an electric guitar. The obvious signs of modification on it made it clear that she had been long preparing for this to happen. I'll try being the lead vocal then. I don't have to hold back my emotions in this case, do I? Even Faye's tone conveyed a sense of optimism, different from her usual aloof and distant attitude. I have no qualms about it. Jiai twirls her dagger around, then sheaths it back on her arm as if to show her preparedness. I am ready to begin training at any time. If a Swana won't cut it, then I'm happy to try a drum set. Jingy picks up Jiai's Swana with confidence. No need, keep using the Swana. That feels way more special. Still, I can be modified a little. Diane looked at her Guzeng with heartache in her eyes, then at Jingyu's excited face. I know Big Sis is a traditionalist, so if you really don't want to try it out, Jingyu noticed Diane's facial expression change, then remembered her views on music prepared to discard her new idea. No, I'll try it out. Unexpectedly, Diane agreed with a determined look in her eyes. Her hands already on the strings before anyone noticed. Eh? Diane understood better than anyone how difficult it was for others to hear her perspective on music. Since she had decided to pass on cultures and traditions, the most important thing was to let people understand and start liking such music first. Having made up her mind, she picked a heavy metal song and plucked the strings hard. Faye roars with a deep voice, while Jingyu plucks the strings on her Guzeng rapidly, playing out a chaotic urgent tune. After Jiai's Swana, the sound it made was like that of a swung weapon, madly rampaging in battle, sharp and conflicted, but nevertheless full of overflowing destructive force. The instruments were screaming in pain. If it hadn't been for the broken strings being the outcome of that rehearsal, Diane might not have become so averse to that style of music later on. So that didn't really work out. Big Sis, are you really okay? Jingy knocked on the door. Diane put away her notebook calmly. Pain, drugs, sorry. Jingy, oh dear, do you have trouble sleeping recently? Would you like me to read you a bedtime story? Big sis! Jingyu could no longer keep her calm. You look so disappointed, so I was really worried about you. Disappointment. Diane remembered that she came to this city to perform due to the high number of former Griffin dolls in it, so she had anticipated that she would be able to gather more news and information about that person. The results did not match her expectations. Although she managed to visit a number of former co-workers, she was unable to gather any useful information. It was to be expected. I don't think the commander gets to contact us freely. Diane lets out a sigh, which was unexpectedly heard by Jingyu outside the door. Big sis? Ah, Jingyu. I'm about to sleep soon. Maybe you should do the same? Diane quickly settled Jingyu's worries, then took out her notebook again. She flipped to an open page, then wrote a few musical notes on it. She would do this every day, or do this every time she thought of that person, conveying the overwhelming numbers of thoughts and words and feelings she could not say to anyone else in the form of music. I'll play these for the commander once we reunite, Diane would think, which encouraged her to keep on creating and traveling, although one would not be disappointed if they had no hope in the first place. Sometimes the only thing that sustained her and kept her going was hope. Damn, she really is that down bad. Now, you know this is a rewrite, right? Because she definitely was not this down bad in the original Ghost Frontline 2. So, here's a question for you guys, and I want an honest answer. Do you think this is an overcorrection? That's my secret cap. I'm always horny. Do you think the writers overcorrected this problem that Diane had? What was the original like? So I've actually read the original, well, not all the way, because the original was very bad. Not just because of Raymond, but because of just the writing in general. The writing was garbage. So in the original, I don't think anything happened that was particularly offensive. But the main issue that people had, so Cena had a point, yes, but it wasn't particularly about Raymond. It was just the writing was bad. Basically, the entire thing that made me feel like that this was completely out of character was that, I'll just say it outright, Raymond was a terrorist. And Diane basically did everything in her power to protect this guy because he was good at playing music, because he was a musician. And I think that was out of character. Not particularly anything else. I don't care about the NTR thing because honestly, it wasn't really NTR. It just felt out of character. What the fuck is that story? Yeah. Yeah, it was nowhere near NTR. I just think it was a bad story. Now, I will say, there is a little bit of merit to Diane having personality issues or having some tension towards the commander, if you think about it in a certain perspective. Because the biggest thing was that in the CN version, and this was a thing that actually annoyed CN players, besides the whole Raymond thing, because to be completely honest, the Raymond thing is overblown. But during Valentine's Day, everyone gave you chocolate except for Diane. Diane gave you a toothbrush instead. Now, you can interpret this in basically two different ways. One, you can say it as it's a useful gift and it's unique, or that the toothbrush was an insult because your breath stunk. And that was only towards Diane, or Diane was the facilitator of that. So Diane was being used as an avatar for the writers to go against the commander, and of course the commander is the avatar for the players. So there is that perspective that really depends on how you want to take it. But I also think that perspective is valid. So that's why I asked, like, do you guys think this is an overcorrection? You put a ring when you change the commander story. Yeah. But 100% for sure, the original event for Diane was just bad writing. I didn't care about the NTR thing, but I still think it was just bad. Everything that had done has been a correction if you think about it. Yeah. A bit, but it's not far off from the other dolls. That is true. They do have that same vibe, especially once you start reaching the higher levels of Affinity. But the reason why Diane's is particularly worth talking about is because basically she spent the 10 years literally just looking for the commander, which, by the way, is not just her. I'll put it that way. It's not just her. I'll be fair, because Swami does the same thing. She also spent 10 years searching for the commander. So it's not just her. He's out for SIGs. Yeah, Ghost has been wild for CN, yeah. Looking for Commander CN. Yeah, basically. Alright, record 5. I just wanted to get that off my chest. Where's my money? Like, I need those 10 credits, Commander. Stop treating me like a kid, big sis. Didn't I come back safe and sound last time? Diane wasn't able to shake off her habit of looking after Jiai even after their arrival aboard the Elmo. And now, under Diane's repeated exhortations, Jiai finally got annoyed. She shook Diane's arm in an attempt to escape from her barrage of advice that had already lasted for 20 minutes. You said things like that too, back when we're still traveling around. Do you remember that you sustained a number of injuries after haphazardly chasing after a mission target? Come on, don't keep bringing that up, big sis. Just as Jingyu was wondering what excuse she should use to escape the lecture this time, a scheduled notification gave her an opening. Oh right, I need to be going on a mission today. See you later. Jingyu smiled awkwardly at Diane and slipped away as if she was saved by the notification. Diane swallowed the words of advice and concern she had in her throat. Perhaps she was going overboard with her concern? Or do dolls have a rebellious face too? Those were Diane's thoughts as she mulled them over, to think about which was more likely. Maybe I should indeed let Jingyu have more freedom. She recalled Jingyu's expression in her mind. I had to be careful not to say too much next time she goes on a mission. Jingyu was not expecting such a change at all. Is Big Sis angry? Jingyu was about to set off on a mission soon, yet Diane did not come to find her at all. Rather than feeling delighted, Jingyu was at a loss of what to do. Did her Big Sis truly become capable of holding back her excessive concern? Or did she get angry at her? Sorry, Jingyu, I'm late. I took too long to prepare this emergency supply pack for you. Want to bring it on the mission? Diane arrived with a compact backpack, just as Jingyu was ruminating. She broke into a smile upon seeing Diane. Something made you happy, Jingyu? Not really. Oh, big sis. You're always doing things like this for me. Was what Jingyu said, yet she readily took the pack from Diane, wrapping it to her waist. I'll be off then, big sis. Good luck and have a safe trip. As Diane waved to her, she realized that it was impossible for her to stop being concerned about Jingyu, nor was it possible for her to not mind Jingyu's affairs. She sincerely hoped that the supply she packed would be of use to Jingyu. The backpack also included Diane's handwritten deluxe edition of Precautions for the Outdoors as a surprise for Jingyu. The moment Commander heard William's name, he would break out of his containment with a string similar to Doomslayer. We're back to that. So what's the chances the dolls lock the Commander away after him coming back? You know, so he never leaves. No doll horny jail gonna hold him down. Record 6. This isn't the first time I went with Diane to help her gather inspiration. However, there seems to be a problem with the place or the time we arrived, because the place we picked is very different with our expectations. Not only is it full of debris, there isn't a soul to be found. Even collapse storms would probably avoid this place. Simply put, this place has been abandoned. As expected, after checking repeatedly to make sure we aren't in the wrong place, Diane reveals a vexed expression on her face. Sorry, Commander, this place seems to be a little different from what we saw in the materials. I don't think this is just a little different. Diane highly values the expression of feelings and emotions in the creative process, so she often goes to crowded areas in order to gather inspiration. With that in mind, there isn't much to gather from here. If I had to say something good about this place though, is that it is more than quiet, silent, even as if it's at the edge of the world. The environment is so spacious and empty, the sky looks like it's gotten closer by a few degrees. On the bright side, it's a rare opportunity to find a place like this. It also suits Diane's quiet, collected nature. Then how about we take a short break here, Commander? Diane takes out a thick picnic cloth, laying it over a flat area, then retrieves a few lunchboxes carved with intricate patterns. Good thing I prepared for a picnic lunch this time, so we can still eat as planned. Even though we still don't find what we expected, she still smiles as gently as she always does. Accompanied with a delicious food she carefully prepared, the silence of this place offers an interesting overall experience. No matter where we are, Diane is able to elevate it to a more positive experience, and I believe this to be a unique ability of hers. Commander, I can provide a pillow if you are tired. No need to hold back, okay? I'm not tired yet. Looking at Diane quietly, immersing herself in gathering inspiration, I think to myself that perhaps this trip isn't much of a failure after all. So this just shows that, the two hang out. Like, they hang out alone together a lot. Obviously. Not too much to stem from that. Diane always liked making music more than fighting. With this in mind, I really assigned her combat-related tasks so that she would have more time for music. Instead, I assigned her to take care of housekeeping matters. Who's your favorite character in this? Ulrid. Which led to the current situation. When I walked into the lounge, I happened to see Diane talking to a medal. You must be longing for the past, hoping to go back to those days. After all, the commander only attained you after going through such a perilous battle. I had already walked in front of her before she noticed my presence. Ah, welcome back, Commander. The food is ready. Would you like me to bring it for you? Just now, I was thinking of a tactful way to ask her what she was doing. Diane understood my gaze and realized what I was thinking about. Ah, I found this while organizing the storeroom in the afternoon, Commander. I felt nostalgic, so I sorted the other items of this type together. Diane then immediately showed me the translucent cabinet next to her, like she was worried about any misunderstandings, and indeed it was filled with memorabilia that I had tossed into the storeroom. But I still don't really understand what you were doing just now. Ah, she seemed to have realized what I was talking about, and let her quiet explanation before slightly hiding her face with her fan. Sorry, I was just thinking that these objects carry the feelings, emotions, and experience of people which pass through the passage of time, so I would sometimes start talking to them without realizing it. Diane was a nostalgic person, so she would often remember and think about these objects of the past, like the goose hang that had been her companion for many years now. I had almost forgotten this quality of hers. It's okay. There's no need to apologize, Diane. I reached out and slowly pushed her fan aside. You can do whatever you like. There's nothing to be ashamed about. My top 5 tea dolls would be Kukai, Macchiato, Diane, Ulrid, and Florence. Good list. Will the VOD be up after stream? Just want to see the reaction to Jaku's health. Yeah, it'll be up after stream. It's automatically unlisted once I end it, but I can easily swap it back to public. Record number 8. The number of combat tasks assigned to Diane has slowly been increasing ever since Diane expressed her wish to follow me into battle. Excuse me. Her gentle and collected nature made it easy for people to overlook her combat capabilities. In fact, she wasn't in any way inferior to any other tactical doll in combat. It wasn't until I found her fixing her frame that I realized that she was not perfect either. Diane, you will have to take a rest rather than go on tomorrow's mission. Commander, she seemed to be surprised by my arrival. My apologies, it was my poor planning that caused you to overload. No, it's not a problem on your part, Commander. Diane stopped me. It was due to me being too greedy, wanting to accompany you on every mission. I did not notice my frame overloading, which resulted in this. I miss this, Commander. This nostalgic feeling of fighting alongside you each and every day. Diane spoke sentimentally. Sorry. Looks like it's true that I can only find meaning in my actions when I'm by your side, Commander. I prefer for y'all to be safe. Anyway, as compensation, I'll put you on holiday for the coming week. Commander, if you really do wish to provide compensation, why not do something better than a holiday? I had no idea whether this was due to her being overworked on combat missions, but it was rare for a gentle, introverted doll like Diane to take the initiative and ask for something she wanted. You can let me know your suggestion and I will do my best to fulfill it. Then, Commander, she slowly approached me as if wanting to observe my expression. I couldn't help but feel excited over what kind of difficult request she was about to ask me. For the next week, come to my room for a meal every day, okay? Okay. Diane was still being Diane indeed. Never really changed. And that's it. So yeah, Diane down bad, like ultra down bad. My top 5 changes with the top 5s. Okay, that's what you meant. This is also gonna be so nice. I'm personally waiting for I'm waiting for Krolik and Frita. Frita in particular would be incredibly interesting, in my opinion. Was she kind of down bad in Ghost Frontline 1? Yeah, she was. But she didn't get a lot of screen time, yeah. Honestly, a lot of dolls were down bad in Ghost Frontline 1. But more were like... Some were like... extremely down bad. Like MK23. That's one I'll always bring up. MK23 was like a special type of down bad. Where... she gets so frustrated, and I seen the commander that she was down outside and starts just start firing her gun like, I want to see the commander. Where is he? So yeah, it got pretty bad in Ghost Frontline 1 as well. You can only do so much over 200 dolls. Yeah, true. They're just too many of them, to be completely honest. Which, by the way, unless this game lasts like for over 10 years. And I think even with 10 years. Yeah, even with 10 years, we would not be able to get enough dolls unless they add in like a shocking amount of 4 stars. But yeah. We are well past the point of when I usually get done. So I'm going to end stream here. There's an issue with the game being too big for people's phones. Maybe. Technology is good. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here. So special stuff. One, I know I've been making videos every day, and honestly, I want to keep doing that. I actually love doing that, to be honest. It's very nice. So that's still gonna be a thing, but I am working on more structured videos still. It's just taking a while because that's where I'm actually like added like some extra editing and scripting, and it's gonna be pretty long, you know, stuff like that. Poster evil, yeah. It would be nice if I had more posters of Ghost Frontline stuff. Yeah, it would be nice, but you know, it's kind of hard. On Thursday, we are going to do a watch party of the new stuff coming out. We are going to handle that. So I think that's going to happen after I start streaming. So beforehand, it's just gonna be something light. We probably won't do any Affinity stories on that day, just so that we can immediately jump to the live stream. I think it is a live stream. So I'll start at 7, and we will jump over to when the video happens, and then we'll start watching that stuff. More lore videos, please. It is coming out. If you guys can find any Ghost Frontline posters that's not like $1 billion, feel free to let me know. You can tag me on Twitter, or you can tag like an artist on Twitter or something like that. Just let me know. Also Discord, you can do a Discord as well. Yeah, that's the plan going forward. And I'll end it there. I will see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. It was very fun. I'll see y'all on Thursday.